Chapter 10-12. Ling Xiao took out a small portion of the materials he obtained from the 9 layers of the spatial barrier, but it was enough to cause a commotion. Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. He was severely lacking Xian crystals right now, so consuming these precious materials that he couldn't use could alleviate his urgent need. In less than an hour, the half-saint hurried over with a person. This person was a middle-aged mid-level saint with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. He had a resolute and extraordinary expression. Just based on his appearance, this person was probably someone who had always held a high position. "This is our clan's holy elder. He's here to make this deal with you," the half-saint introduced. The mid-level saint cupped his hands and said in a very graceful manner, "I, Yihong, greet you." Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and said, "Take a look at these materials. If you want them, then pay the Xian crystals. I still have important matters to attend to." Yihong didn't approve of Ling Xiao's attitude. Since Ling Xiao had come wearing a cloak, it meant that he didn't want to reveal his face. After all, a few 100 million high-grade Xian crystals were indeed enough to tempt many people. Ling Xiao took out the materials again and showed them to Yihong. Yihong exclaimed a few times with excitement on his face. He roughly estimated that if he were to buy this batch of materials and sell them, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to make double the profit. After all, many of the materials here were extremely difficult to find. It wouldn't be a problem to sell them to people who urgently needed them at a price. "We'll take all of these. Friend, do you have any more materials? We'll take all of them. Don't worry, we won't be able to finish them." Yihong replied readily. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "That's all." Yihong revealed a slightly regretful expression, and then he gave the Xian crystals to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also gave the materials to him. After he finished taking the Xian crystals, Ling Xiao was shocked to discover that the other party had actually given him an extra 50 million. He glanced at Yihong with surprise and said, "Thank you." Ling Xiao had a rough idea of how much these materials were worth. Ling Xiao thought that the other party was generous enough to give him an extra 50 million to leave a good impression on him. "My friend, you're welcome." Yihong smiled and then probed, "Since you're in such urgent need of glazed crystals, I guess you want to buy some holy object?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Yihong to ask such a question. He didn't want to be probed by others, so he didn't answer and walked away. Yihong continued, "If you want something good, you can come to our clan's auction house to have a look. Maybe there will be something you need." Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then turned around and nodded at Yihong before leaving the house. Seeing Ling Xiao ignore Yihong like this, the half-step saint immediately said with some indignation, "Third elder, this fellow really doesn't know the rules. Who doesn't know that third elder is the one who keeps his word here?" Yihong waved his hand and said, "This kind of person who is not willing to show his face to trade is not easy to deal with. We only want money, don't cause too much trouble." When Ling Xiao left the trading area, he immediately felt that he was locked on by a few auras. Ling Xiao didn't think that it was the clan. It should be those people who didn't have eyes and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled with them, so in a few flashes, he left them behind. Those people suddenly couldn't sense Ling Xiao's presence and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that the person they were chasing this time was definitely stronger than them. They had no choice but to retreat quickly and didn't dare to appear in front of the trading shop for a period of time. 10 days later, Ling Xiao bought a lot of spirit grasses here. He even bought a stock of top grade 8 spirit grass that he urgently needed from a street stall. On this day, the clan's auction began. Ling Xiao listened to Yihong's suggestion and stayed to see what good things were in the auction. This was much better than him trying his luck everywhere. After all, the clan was ranked in the top 10 of the 100 alliance clans. Although its power was much weaker than the Yang clan, it was still relatively powerful in this stronghold. Perhaps there really was some rare sacred object being auctioned. After paying the entrance profound crystal, Ling Xiao entered his own small private box. At this time, he summoned Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Shen Yao and Sha Tian. Take a look at the things they need here and ask for them all at once. The clan's auction was indeed unique. The items being auctioned were all extremely rare and precious, and the auction prices were not low either. The bidding competition was also extremely fierce. After a long while, Ling Xiao actually discovered that the diamond, Fengding stone and a few other precious materials that he had sold to the Yi clan had also been put up for auction. The price of the auction was extremely high. Just a few materials were sold for more than 200 million. This way, Ling Xiao felt his heart ache. He knew that the price he sold was too low. If he had known earlier, he would have given it to the auction house to auction. After waiting for half a day, Ling Xiao had only made 2 moves. Both times, he had auctioned off a level 8 spirit grass. However, these 2 were not the main ingredients that he desired. It could only be said that these 2 were somewhat rare, and might be useful in the future. As the auction gradually came to an end, the real good stuff finally appeared. The first item made Ling Xiao excited. It was a light attribute Aurora Snake Rot Tan. Aurora Snake Rot Tan, a divine grass that was infinitely close to level 9. It usually grew near the Aurora Snake Nest, where the Aurora Snakes roamed freely. Ordinary people would not be able to casually approach it, and those who had not reached the level of the Holy Emperor would immediately be surrounded and killed by the snakes. The starting price of the Aurora Snake Rot Tan was 80 million high-grade profound crystals. This price made many people who did not have the financial resources to stop. Of course, there were also light attribute saints who participated in the competition. In the end, Ling Xiao bid 250 million high-grade profound crystals before he managed to get it. With this spirit grass, Ling Xiao had a chance to refine the light attribute Holy Emperor elixir. Then, a top-level 8 spirit grass appeared. Although it was not what Ling Xiao needed, he still auctioned it. He could use this spirit grass to exchange for what he needed in the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao did not expect to get 2 kinds of top-level 8 spirit grass here so smoothly. He was infinitely close to his plan. After several heavyweight holy artifacts were auctioned, the last holy artifact finally appeared on the stage. It was a type of essence called Soil of All Earth, an earth attribute holy artifact. The starting price of this holy object was 500 million high-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao was shocked. It turned out that a holy object of the origin was so expensive, and this was only the starting price. It was auctioned off at a price of nearly 900 million. Ling Xiao looked at it and sighed. Although he did not cultivate the earth attribute, it was worth it if he auctioned it off and left it for his own people to use in the future. After the auction ended, Ling Xiao could not wait to find a place to refine pills and raise the ranks of Euro Fei and Sha Tian. However, before Ling Xiao could leave the auction, he was blocked by someone. "Friend, we meet again?" Yi Hong looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. "No, I just know that a friend is here, so I wanted to say hello," Yi Hong replied. "Since there's nothing else, please step aside. I have something important to attend to." Ling Xiao said warily. "I just want to make friends with you. I know that you've bid for a few spirit herbs just now. If you still need them, you can come with me to our treasure spirit pavilion. Perhaps there's something you need there," Yi Hong said. Then he explained, "I like to make friends with all kinds of strange people, especially someone as young as you who dares to offend the ghastly puppet sect. I, Yi Hong, want to make friends with you. I don't have the slightest evil intention." Ling Xiao knew that his identity had been seen through, so he simply pulled down his hood and said, "I hope Eldery won't disappoint me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Hong laughed. "Don't worry, the Yi family and the ghastly Drake sect are irreconcilable. Everyone in the stronghold knows this. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. You may be an enemy of the ghastly Drake sect, but you are a friend of the Yi family. You don't need to doubt my intentions." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's good. My surname is Ling and my given name is Xiao." "That's a good name. It matches your looks very well. Come, let's have a seat at my place," Yi Hong praised. Yi Hong was a refined man, and his manner of speaking made people feel good about him. Ling Xiao's guard was down, and at the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Ling Xiao and Yi Hong left the auction house and went to another shop that specialized in spirit herbs called Treasure Spirit Pavilion. It was also a Yi family business. A portion of the items purchased from this shop would be sold in Treasure Spirit Pavilion, some would be returned to the family, and a small portion would be sold in auctions. Treasure Spirit Pavilion's scale was comparable to Jianghu's Spirit Medicine Pavilion, but the quality of the spirit herbs inside was much worse. Back then, Ling Xiao could buy 8th grade spirit herbs casually, but in Treasure Spirit Pavilion, 8th grade spirit herbs were placed as sacred objects. Ordinary people couldn't visit and buy them. Ling Xiao already had most 8th grade spirit herbs. What he lacked were top-grade 8th grade spirit herbs that were infinitely close to 9th grade. Yi Hong didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such high standards, so he could only bring Ling Xiao to the highest pavilion's rare treasures. There were a few dozen rare treasures there, including precious stones, high-grade spirit herbs, and a couple of elixirs. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit herbs. Yi Hong then said, "It's not easy to find things here. If Brother Ling wants them, you can exchange them with treasures of the same grade." Yi Hong knew that Ling Xiao didn't have many Xian crystals left, so he said this. Ling Xiao didn't answer Yi Hong's question. Instead, he asked, "Brother Yi, does your family have an 8th grade Saint Medicine Master?" Yi Hong hesitated for a moment before replying, "Of course we do." Ling Xiao asked again, "Then why didn't I see any Holy Emperor elixirs here?" Just now, Ling Xiao saw a few types of elixirs, but they were all ordinary 8th grade elixirs. That was why he asked this question. He also had a plan in mind. Yi Hong smiled bitterly. Even in the stronghold, not many can refine that kind of elixir. How can we have it here? Chapter 10:13. There were many 8th grade saint alchemists in the stronghold and many of them were saints, so it was normal for them to become saint masters. However, there were two types of 8th grade saint alchemists: little saint alchemists and great saint alchemists. Great saint alchemists were infinitely close to 9th grade divine alchemists. The Yi clan's 8th grade saint alchemists were probably little saint alchemists. Ling Xiao didn't mean to look down on the Yi clan. He was planning for himself. If I can refine a few Holy Emperor pills for your Yi clan, would Brother Yi be able to eat them? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. At this moment, Yi Hong was enjoying a cup of spiritual tea. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his hand trembled and the tea soaked his clothes. He didn't pay any attention to this. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, are you serious?" "Absolutely." Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Yi Hong rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at Ling Xiao like a naked beauty, wanting nothing more than to push him to the ground. Then what do you want, Brother Ling? As long as it's within our Yi clan's capabilities, we won't hesitate. Yi Hong slapped his chest. Holy Emperor pills were rare in the stronghold. Only 2 or 3 major clans would auction them, but they were quickly snatched up by others and had to be exchanged with origin holy objects. The Yi clan had once obtained 1 or 2, so they knew the heaven-defying benefits of the Holy Emperor pill. Naturally, they wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to propose a good condition. As long as it wasn't too harsh, he would agree. "I only have a 30% chance of success in refining high-grade pills. Otherwise I wouldn't be going around buying spiritual herbs. Brother Yi, please consider this carefully." Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. What he meant was that every time he concocted a Saint King pill, he only had a 1/3 success rate. Hence, if he wanted to concoct a Saint King pill, he would have to prepare at least 3 sets of ingredients. Only then would he have complete confidence in concocting a Saint King pill. Yi Hong naturally knew that alchemy was risky. Their clan's medicine saint often failed when refining pills. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words made him feel more assured. He was sure that Ling Xiao was a great medicine saint. "Brother Ling, why don't we do it this way? This matter is of great importance. I'll return to the clan and discuss it with the clan elders. I'll give you a reply within a day. How about that?" Yi Hong hesitated for a moment before saying. Although he had a certain amount of power in his family, he was after all not the clan leader. This matter was too important, and it had to be decided by a meeting of the elders. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "No problem." Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was impossible for Yi Hong to agree so easily. It was good to give him some buffer time. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was entirely to have enough ingredients to refine the Holy Emperor pill. He said that he only had a 30% success rate, and that 2 sets of ingredients would be considered as remuneration. This was completely excessive, as many alchemists needed 5 sets of ingredients before they would refine high-grade pills for others. After all, the value of refining a Holy Emperor pill was indeed comparable to the total value of 5 sets of ingredients. An additional Holy Emperor or a Holy Emperor's advancement was a very big matter for a clan, and the future harvest would be even greater. This was a win-win situation. At the same time, Ling Xiao also wanted to befriend the Yi clan. When the time came to crusade against the Een puppet sect, he would be able to lend a hand. This was much better than fighting alone. This was also the benefit of Ling Xiao revealing his identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao left the Precious Spirit Pavilion and returned to his previous inn to wait for Yi Hong's news. Yi Hong appeared much faster than expected. In less than half a day, he found Ling Xiao again. Brother Ling, our Yi clan has decided to make this deal with you, but our clan leader wants to meet Brother Ling. Do you think you can come with me? Yi Hong asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I believe in Brother Yi, but that doesn't mean I believe in your clansmen. If they want to see me, they'd better come out themselves. Otherwise, forget it. The martial world was dangerous, and Ling Xiao had to be careful. If he entered the Yi clan's territory and fell into their trap, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Yi Hong was taken aback. After thinking about it, he realized that his suggestion was a little abrupt. If it was him, he might have made the same choice as Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was now on the bounty list, so he had to be careful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a great sage alchemist, which was enough to be on equal footing with any holy emperor. It was not a big deal for their clan leader to meet him personally. Yi Hong laughed dryly and said, I didn't think it through. I'll go back and talk to him now. Yi Hong left and rushed back to the clan to invite the Yi clan's clan leader. The second time, the Yi clan's clan leader came personally. He was a skinny old man with a reserved aura. He had a kind smile on his face, making him look like an approachable old man next door. Saint Master Ling, I, Yi Chengrong, have been rude. Yi Chengrong looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then said very politely. Yi Chengrong didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so young, but there was no lack of treasures in the world that could preserve one's youthful appearance. Or perhaps he had taken some kind of pill that could restore one's youth, so he didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't see Yi Chengrong's true strength, but he guessed that he was at least at the Holy Emperor's level. Ling Xiao returned the greeting and said, Elder Yi is too polite. It should be Ling Xiao who was too rude. Let's not talk about those overly polite words. Let's go to the Precious Spirit Pavilion to taste some spirit tea first, then we'll talk business. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, I, Yi Chengrong, will be friends with you. Yi Chengrong said very straightforwardly. From Yi Chengrong's way of doing things, Ling Xiao felt that he was very experienced and easy to make people feel comfortable. He was truly worthy of being the head of a clan. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, and Yi Hong arrived at the Precious Spirit Pavilion. Yi Chengrong didn't get straight to the point. Instead, he chatted with Ling Xiao about the local customs and practices. Ling Xiao didn't know what Yi Chengrong was planning, so he responded with a few noises. On the other hand, Yi Hong looked anxious. Holy Master Ling, where are you from? Why did you offend an evil sect like the ghastly puppet sect? Yi Chengrong asked, cutting to Ling Xiao's topic. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk too much about himself, so he said, an evil sect like theirs should have been exterminated a long time ago. Yi Chengrong nodded and said, that's right. If it wasn't for the fact that our Yi clan is weak, we would definitely fight them to see who's stronger. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled in other matters, so he couldn't help but say, Elder Yi, let's talk business. I don't have much time to waste. Yi Chengrong smiled faintly and said, haha, I'm being too long-winded. He paused for a moment before continuing, Holy Master Ling has a 30% success rate when refining the Holy Emperor pill. Our Yi clan can accept this, but do you have any other requests? If it's too harsh, I'm afraid our Yi clan won't be able to accept it. Yi Chengrong was a shrewd old man. He kept on talking to make Ling Xiao lose his cool, so he could take control and have the right to negotiate terms. Ling Xiao said, I'll give you 1 Holy Emperor pill for 3 sets of ingredients, some 8th-grade spirit herbs, and 200 million high-grade mystic crystals, or 3 sets of ingredients and a holy origin item. Ling Xiao's price was absolutely fair. 1 Holy Emperor pill could probably be auctioned for more than a few billion high-grade mystic crystals. It was definitely priceless. This was the most popular aspect of an alchemist. That's it? Yi Chengrong didn't expect Ling Xiao's conditions to not be as difficult as he had imagined. He was surprised for some reason. What do you think, Elder Yi? Ling Xiao asked in return. Haha, I just didn't expect Holy Master Ling's conditions to be so simple. I thought he would ask for an exorbitant price. It seems like I'm a little petty. Yi Chengrong smiled. In fact, there was a hint of disbelief in Ling Xiao in his words. Ling Xiao's conditions were not harsh, which was why he doubted that Ling Xiao was a liar. Ling Xiao naturally understood what Yi Chengrong was implying. I don't have a place to stay here. If Elder Yi can find me a quiet place to refine pills, I'll immediately fulfill my promise. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly a way for Yi Chengrong to monitor him and prevent him from escaping with the spirit herbs. It was also to reassure Yi Chengrong. After all, no one would easily believe that someone they just met would be able to concoct the Saint King pill just because he said so. If that's the case, I have a good place to recommend. As long as Holy Master Ling doesn't mind, we can go take a look right now. Yi Chengrong said. Ling Xiao nodded. There's no time to lose. Let's go take a look. Yi Chengrong brought Ling Xiao and Yi Hong out of the city. After flying for about 2 hours, they arrived at a lush mountain range and finally landed on the mountainside of an inconspicuous mountain. There was a cave entrance covered by a restriction at the mountainside. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all, much less approach it. Yi Chengrong removed the restriction and explained, "This is where I usually stay when I'm free. What do you think, Holy Master Ling?" Ling Xiao didn't mind as long as they didn't go to the Yi clan's territory. He immediately replied, "It's pretty good here. There's plenty of spiritual qi, and it's quiet enough." Then give me a list of the spirit herbs you need, Holy Master Ling. I'll send someone to gather them immediately and try to gather them as soon as possible. Yi Chengrong said impatiently. Ling Xiao immediately listed out the spirit herbs of various attributes he needed. He even mixed in some extra spirit herbs to prevent others from identifying the ingredients of the pill. Of course, apart from these, he still needed holy items of various attributes as the main ingredient to successfully refine the pill. These were the most precious and important holy ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill. After Yi Chengrong heard this, he immediately turned to Yi Hong and said, "Go back and send a message to Yi Ming. Tell him to gather the spirit herbs Holy Master Ling needs as soon as possible. If we don't have them here, go buy them from other places." "Yes, clan leader." Yi Hong responded respectfully and immediately turned to return to his clan to give this order. "Holy Master Ling, let's go into the cave and talk," Yi Chengrong invited. Ling Xiao didn't refuse and followed Yi Chengrong into the cave. Chapter 10:14. The cave was very clean. There was only an ordinary stone bed and no other junk. Yi Chengrong took out some spirit herbs and chatted with Ling Xiao as he ate. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask about the heaven region. However, Yi Chengrong did not know much. It was only some legends passed down from his ancestors and some related records from ancient books. However, one thing was for sure. The heaven region was definitely a divine land. True gods truly existed there. They had the power to move mountains and fill oceans. Then when the heaven connecting formation opens this year, will anyone from your Yi clan go? Asked Ling Xiao. Usually, our Yi clan will send people to attempt the heaven connecting formation, but not this year. Yi Chengrong said with a disappointed expression. Why do you say that, Elder Yi? Asked Ling Xiao. The quota is limited to 100 every year, so who knows how many heroes will be sacrificed. Our Yi family has shed a lot of blood on this path, and only a few people have returned to the heaven region. However, they never return. In recent years, we've been fighting with the ghastly puppet sect both openly and covertly, especially on the path to heaven. Those demons from the ghastly puppet sect often hit us when we're down, and the number of Inba they control is not small. They always use their numbers to bully us and kill our Yi family sons. This is also why our Yi family is currently lacking in manpower. Yi Chengrong revealed some hatred as she spoke. From the looks of it, many people from the Yi clan had died at the hands of the ghastly puppet sect. After Ling Xiao and Yi Chengrong spent about 10 days together, Yi Hong appeared again. However, there was another person with him. This person was also an old man with red hair and a domineering aura that could not conceal his arrogant expression. However, this person still lowered his attitude and respectfully greeted Yi Chengrong. "Greetings, Patriarch." "Yi Feng, you're here too." Yi Chengrong greeted. "I've heard that a great Saint Master is willing to help our Yi family, so I've come to see if he's the real deal or if he's just spouting nonsense." The elder named Yi Feng said as he stared at Ling Xiao provocatively. Yi Chengrong smiled and introduced. This is Saint Master Ling Xiaoling, and this is Saint Master Yi Feng from my clan. Both of you are saint alchemists, so you can get to know each other. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and said, Nice to meet you. Haha, I hope Saint Master Ling has the ability. I can learn from you. Yi Feng laughed. Then, an obscure spiritual pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and ignored Yi Feng's mental pressure. Not to mention how powerful Ling Xiao's mental strength was, his ancient Emperor Divine Technique 6th transformation, spiritual refinement, was enough to block this mental pressure. Yi Feng was a little surprised. He was a high-level saint who was proficient in occult psychic techniques. The pressure he exerted was enough to suffocate an average saint, but Ling Xiao was not affected at all. That only proved that Ling Xiao's strength or psychic energy was above his. You can learn, but you'll have to pay. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of others watching him concoct pills, unless they wanted to influence him and not let him succeed. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Yi Feng's obvious provocation. Yi Feng was slightly angered. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He thought to himself, You want to collect tuition fees? How arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. As the Yi clan's chief Saint Master, Yi Feng had always regretted not becoming a great Saint Master. Now that a great Saint Master suddenly appeared and wanted to refine pills for the Yi clan, he could not help but be suspicious. After all, great Saint Masters were highly respected. Why would they condescend to help the Yi clan? That was why Yi Feng decided to see if this person was the real deal or had ulterior motives. Tuition fees are negotiable, Yi Feng replied and handed a spatial ring to Ling Xiao. There are only 3 sets of fire attribute Holy Emperor pill materials here. I hope you can refine a fire attribute Holy Emperor pill. I'll watch from the side. Yi Feng, you can't make things difficult for Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong reprimanded but did not stop Yi Feng too harshly. He had the same thought as Yi Feng. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao lived up to his name. Ling Xiao took the spatial ring and smiled slyly. Then you guys can stay and watch together. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's smile, he felt like he was missing something. Ling Xiao began to refine pills and his aura began to spread. You're only a low-level Saint Master. How can you be a great Saint Master? You really are a swindler. Yi Feng shouted at Ling Xiao and was about to attack Ling Xiao. Normally, only those who had reached the Holy Emperor realm had the qualifications to become a great Saint Master. Ling Xiao was only a peak low-level saint. Yi Feng was certain that Ling Xiao was not a great Saint Master. Ling Xiao's mind became unstable after hearing Yi Feng's shout. The spirit herbs he was controlling fell one after another, and some of the spirit herb essences that he had just refined immediately dissipated. Ling Xiao was furious and yelled at Yi Feng, who was about to attack, "Stop being so impulsive." Ling Xiao's voice contained a supreme dragon's might. It was as if a peerless dragon had broken through the sky and roared for thousands of miles. Yi Feng had underestimated Ling Xiao and did not use his full strength. Ling Xiao's sudden roar was too powerful. Yi Feng was dizzy from the terrifying dragon roar and his eardrums were in pain. Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong were also slightly affected. However, Yi Chengrong reacted very quickly and immediately formed a spatial barrier to isolate the sound waves. Ling Xiao took advantage of Yi Feng's momentary confusion to attack at lightning speed. His fist smashed toward Yi Feng's face. Yi Chengrong did not expect Ling Xiao to take the opportunity to attack. The might of the Holy Emperor burst forth. "Saint Master Ling, please stop." A huge pressure forcefully suppressed Ling Xiao's attack. Even so, Ling Xiao's fist was already very close to Yi Feng's face. It was only a short distance away from hitting him, but the fist force still scraped against Yi Feng's face and made him feel pain. Yi Feng felt a burning sensation on his face. He was almost injured by a low-level saint, which made him extremely angry. "You bastard, I'll kill you, you little liar." Yi Feng cursed and wanted to attack Ling Xiao again. "Enough, Yi Feng, stay at the side." Yi Chengrong shouted softly. With a light wave of her hand, Yi Feng was sent several meters away by a gentle force, preventing him from attacking Ling Xiao. "Patriarch, he's only a low-level Saint Master. There's no way he's a great Saint Master. This brat is definitely a swindler." Yi Feng was suppressed by Yi Chengrong to the point where he couldn't move, so he could only speak to cover Ling Xiao's face. Since you don't believe me, then don't bother. Ling Xiao said faintly before putting the spirit grasses back into his original space ring and tossing it back to Yi Chengrong. Yi Chengrong smiled bitterly. Saint Master Ling, this is just a misunderstanding. I hope Saint Master Ling won't take offense. He then looked at Yi Feng and yelled, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll kick you out immediately. Hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling. From the aura that Ling Xiao had released just now, Yi Chengrong clearly felt that Ling Xiao contained an unusual energy. It was as if he was not just at the peak of a low-level saint, but more like the peak of a mid-level saint or even higher. Ling Xiao did not show any signs of panic. Since he dared to refine pills in front of them, it meant that he had nothing to fear, or that he really was a great saint master. Therefore, Yi Chengrong would rather believe that Ling Xiao was a true great saint master than fall out with him. This was definitely an unwise choice for the Yi clan. If Ling Xiao was a liar, could Ling Xiao escape with him around? This was clearly impossible. Ling Xiao did not respond to Yi Chengrong's words. It was obvious that he was very angry. The greatest taboo for an alchemist was to be interrupted while refining pills. Yi Feng had undoubtedly committed the greatest taboo for an alchemist. No one would be able to tolerate it. Yi Feng, hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong yelled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression alternated between red and white. He glared at Ling Xiao angrily before turning around and leaving the cave. You! Yi Chengrong yelled angrily, but did not know what to say. Yi Feng's position in the Yi clan was second only to his, so he could not criticize him too much. Looks like you really do doubt my ability. Then Ling Xiao will leave right now. In any case, I didn't waste your materials, said Ling Xiao indifferently. He directly left the immortal cave. Yi Hong blocked Ling Xiao's path. Brother Ling, please wait. We did not mean to distrust you. It's all my fault for bringing Yi Feng here. I apologize to you. Brother Ling, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Ling Xiao said, you should know that what we alchemists hate the most is being concocted by others. If I, Ling Xiao, dared to concoct pills in front of you, then if I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't dare to act in front of you. I don't believe that with my status, I can't cooperate with other families. Saint Master Ling, please don't blame him. Yi Feng is a little hot-tempered, but he definitely has no ill intentions. If Saint Master Ling successfully refines the Holy Emperor pill, I, Yi Chengrong, guarantee that he will definitely apologize and compensate you. Yi Chengrong said solemnly from the side. Yi Hong tried his best to persuade him again. In the end, Ling Xiao chose to stay. However, he did not refine pills again. He had to meditate for 3 days before doing so. Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong knew that Ling Xiao would only start after his anger subsided. They were too embarrassed to urge him since they were in the wrong in the first place. Of course, Ling Xiao only said that because he was just throwing a tantrum. He would not let such a small matter affect his plan. He still wanted to borrow the Yi clan's hands to gather the ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill. This would not only save him money, but it would also save him time. The premise was that he had to give the Yi clan some benefits. This was a win-win situation. Ling Xiao would not easily choose to give up and find another partner to work with. Chapter 10-15. 3 days later, Ling Xiao began to refine pills again. In order to show his trust in Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong left the cave and allowed Ling Xiao to refine pills on his own. On the surface, Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong did this to reduce Ling Xiao's worries, but in reality, they could also lock onto Ling Xiao's aura outside. If Ling Xiao made any strange movements, they could control Ling Xiao at any time. Ling Xiao allowed them to leave, but he did not forget to remind them to stay nearby and not go too far. Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong thought that Ling Xiao was afraid that they would not trust him, so they listened to Ling Xiao's words. They only went outside the cave and did not go too far. They did not know that Ling Xiao actually had a reason for telling them not to go too far. Yi Hong, do you think this Saint Master Ling is reliable? Yi Chengrong asked Yi Hong. Yi Hong hesitated for a moment before replying, personally, I trust Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong asked in astonishment, why are you so sure? Ever since I started paying attention to him, he's been purchasing all sorts of high-grade spirit herbs in our city. If he's not an alchemist, I really don't understand why a person would use so many different types of spirit herbs to cultivate. That's clearly impossible, but he's quite bold and daring. He actually angered the ghastly Drake sect to the point that they raised the bounty on his head to capture him. He must have something special about him, so I'm sure he has no reason to lie to us, Yihong explained. Yi Chengrong pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, Saint Master Ling has a righteous look on his face. He's definitely not a treacherous person. If he can really refine the Holy Emperor pill, it'll definitely be our Yi family's fortune. A great Saint Master like this is worth our full effort. Yihong, try to befriend him as much as possible. You don't have to be too deliberate, just let nature take its course. Yihong nodded. He understood what Yi Chengrong was talking about. It was important to make friends from the heart, not from flattery. After becoming a saint, Ling Xiao's speed in refining spiritual herbs was extremely fast. Those spirit grasses that floated out were burned and dried up by the scorching energy, and the essence of the spirit grasses fell down like raindrops. Ling Xiao's palms were constantly changing, making it impossible for others to grasp what he was doing. His calm and composed appearance was undoubtedly the demeanor of a grandmaster. Ling Xiao had refined countless pills for many years, and with the inheritance of the alchemy god, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding alchemist of the same rank. With his previous experience refining the Holy Emperor pill for Han Kai, Ling Xiao carried out each step in an orderly manner, extracting the essence of the various spirit grasses one by one. These were all high-level spirit grasses. Just these essences alone, the fragrance of spirit grasses immediately filled every corner of the cave, making people feel extremely comfortable just by breathing. Extracting the essence of the spirit grass was a complicated procedure for low-level alchemists. However, for alchemists who had already reached the high level, it had already become very easy and simple. Now, the only difficult step for Ling Xiao was how to suppress these huge amounts of pure spirit grasses essence and prevent them from spreading. Also, he had to extract the energy of the Ninth Order Holy Beast's Beast Core. Finally, he had to fuse these spirit grasses essence, the Beast Core's energy, and the Source Holy Artifact together. Every step had to be controlled perfectly to ensure that the various essences and energies did not spread and disappear. The final step of fusion required a great amount of energy to completely condense them. What Ling Xiao was most concerned about was the final moment of pill condensation, which would cause a heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon caused by a great saint pill was so terrifying that even Ling Xiao found it difficult to bear. In order not to let Yi Chengrong, Yihong, and the others know about his insane alchemy, Ling Xiao purposely slowed down the speed of refinement. In the end, after 3 days, it was finally time to condense the pill. Ling Xiao immediately transformed into his half-dragon form, and his aura directly soared to the power of a high-rank saint. The surging energy was continuously absorbed by Ling Xiao, and the cave entrance was already filled with this spirit qi. Outside the cave, Yi Chengrong, Yihong, and Yi Feng, who was not far away, all sensed the changes in the vicinity. The spirit qi within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was sucked clean, and there were even traces of source energy mixed in. Is it about to condense the pill? Yihong exclaimed with joy. Yi Chengrong's expression also changed, and she said, I think there's no mistake. With such a vast amount of spiritual qi gathering and a few strands of origin energy mixed in, it's a sign of refining the great sage pill. At this moment, Yi Feng flew over from not far away, and his old eyes revealed an indescribable expression. You should believe it now, right? Yi Chengrong looked at Yi Feng with a somewhat reproachful expression. Because of Yi Feng's recklessness, they had almost lost the opportunity to obtain a great saint master, and even lost the chance to obtain the Holy Emperor pill. How could Yi Chengrong not be angry? No. Impossible. Before the pill is formed, I definitely won't believe that he's a great saint master. Yi Feng did not want to accept this fact. He had cultivated bitterly for many years, but had not reached the great saint master realm. Now, a low-rank saint in front of him was a great saint master. How could he accept this? Humph, if he really succeeds, you'll personally apologize to him. Yi Chengrong yelled with some anger. Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded out from within the cave. The entire mountain peak was shaking non-stop. If not for the restrictions that had been set up beforehand, the cave would have completely collapsed. It was also at this moment that the sky lit up, and countless meteors fell from the sky like a natural disaster, crashing down with an unstoppable force. Boom, boom, boom. These meteors crashed down like meteorites, and the force was like a peerless powerhouse's attack. The impact turned the nearby mountains into dust, and terrifying craters appeared on the ground. Yi Chengrong, Yi Hong, and Yi Feng's expressions changed drastically, and they all used their spatial energy to face the meteors. There's a phenomenon in the sky. A divine elixir has appeared. We have to protect this place and prevent the inside from being attacked. Otherwise, the divine elixir might be destroyed, and then, I'm afraid even Saint Master Ling won't be able to withstand it. He and Yi Hong seemed to be in an extremely difficult situation as they dealt with the meteors. This was because the impact of these meteors was not inferior to an attack from a high-rank saint, and was even comparable to an attack from the Holy Emperor. If not for Yi Chengrong taking on most of the pressure, the two of them would probably be forced to flee. The meteors lasted for half a day before gradually calming down. The spiritual beasts in the surroundings had long since fled to who knows where, and the mercenaries who were tens of thousands of kilometers away were also shocked. They thought that there was a saint or saint king fighting here, so they had long since distanced themselves from the battle, not daring to get close. Yi Chengrong only heaved a sigh of relief when the meteors disappeared. His forehead was already covered in sweat, and it was obvious that he had expended a lot of energy during this half a day. On the other hand, Yi Hong and Yi Feng were battered. Their clothes were torn in many places, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered internal injuries from the impact of the meteors. Is the pill done? Yi Chengrong looked at the cave entrance that was still motionless and smacked his lips. Yi Hong and Yi Feng also watched eagerly as they waited for the results. All of a sudden, an alluring medicinal fragrance wafted out from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance made one unable to resist inhaling it to their heart's content. When the fragrance entered their meridians and organs, it gave them a wonderful feeling as if they were walking on clouds. What a pure and rich medicinal fragrance. This is definitely a great saint pill. Yi Chengrong said with extreme joy. Yi Hong was also very happy, but Yi Feng had a surprised look on his face. Yi Feng could not understand how a low-level saint could refine a great saint pill no matter how hard he racked his brain. Could it be that he had some secret technique? The medicinal fragrance disappeared, and a figure slowly walked out from the cave entrance. Yi Chengrong rushed to the side of the cave and exclaimed, "How, Saint Master Ling?" He knew that Ling Xiao had probably succeeded, but he still could not help asking. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and handed a bottle to Yi Chengrong. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Yi Chengrong took the bottle and looked at the round elixir pill in it. Her face was filled with excitement. "It's really a holy emperor pill. Our Yi clan is blessed." Yi Cheng could not help but exclaim. He then bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you, Saint Master Ling." Ling Xiao hurriedly stepped aside. "Elder Yi, you're too polite. We're just taking what we need." He wanted to be on good terms with the Yi clan, so he naturally did not want to be arrogant. That's true, but if Saint Master Ling did not think highly of our Yi clan, he would not have helped us so much. Our Yi clan will repay this favor. If you need our Yi clan's help in the future, we will definitely do our best. Yi Chengrong said solemnly. Yi Hong also said, "That's right. If Brother Ling needs my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse." "You're too polite." Ling Xiao replied politely. Yi Chengrong turned to Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling." Yi Feng's face alternated between red and white. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Saint Master Ling, Yi Feng has offended you. Please forgive me." With Ling Xiao's status as a great saint master, it was not too much to ask him to bow. It was just that he did not trust Ling Xiao previously. Now that Ling Xiao had successfully refined the Holy Emperor pill, he felt embarrassed. "Forget it. I won't argue with you over this. However, you still have to pay your school fees." Ling Xiao waved his hand magnanimously. Yi Feng was depressed. He thought to himself, "I didn't even watch you refine the pill. Why do I still have to pay school fees?" Although he thought about it, he did not dare to say it out loud. All right. Yi Feng, Yi Hong. Hurry up and ask if the other Holy Emperor pill ingredients have been gathered. Hurry up and ask them to send them to Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong urged. Yi Hong said, "Patriarch, I think we should let Saint Master Ling rest first before we talk about this." Yes, yes. Look at how impatient I am. Why don't Saint Master Ling come back to my clan with me? We'll hold a welcoming dinner for you. Yi Chengrong slapped his forehead and smiled. I'll just rest here. There's no need to disturb your clan. Ling Xiao declined. Chapter 10:16. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to accumulate more high-level spiritual grasses and holy objects. He didn't want to waste too much time. As long as the Yi clan sent him more materials, he would gain more. Then, he would be able to create more holy emperor or recruit more holy emperor clans. Destroying the ghastly Drake sect would only be a matter of time. When Yi Feng and Yi Hong left, Yi Chengrong thanked Ling Xiao again. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ling Xiao asked, "Have you ever thought about dealing with the ghastly Drake sect, Elder Yi?" Yi Chengrong sighed. Of course. Our Yi clan and the ghastly ghost sect are irreconcilable enemies. But our Yi clan is no match for the ghastly ghost sect. The ghastly ghost sect refined by them is too terrifying, and the number of saints and holy emperor experts they have is incomparable to us. Ling Xiao agreed with Yi Chengrong's words. He had seen the Yinba summoned by the ghost lair, and the number was truly astonishing. Moreover, that was only the tip of the iceberg of the Yinba sect. Who knew how many more holy emperor Yinba were in the sect? The fact that they were able to exist peacefully even after offending the various races of the Hundred Alliance race naturally showed that they were powerful and terrifying. Ling Xiao continued, "How many clans in your Hundred Alliance clan want to deal with the Yin puppet sect like you?" Yi Chengrong was aware of the grudge between Ling Xiao and the ghastly Drake sect, so she immediately advised, "Could it be that Sacred Master Ling wants to attack the ghastly Drake sect? I advise you to think twice before you act." Does Elder Yi think that the ghastly Drake sect is invincible? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Yi Chengrong said, "That's not the case. If all the alliances of the 100 alliances attacked at the same time, it would be a piece of cake to annihilate the ghastly Drake sect. However, it would be difficult to accomplish anything with just 2 or 3 clans working together. The ghastly Drake sect has 3 high-rank holy emperors, ghastly demonic demons. These are the terrifying ghastly demonic demons that the ghastly Drake sect has inherited. Without a few high-rank holy emperors, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Not to mention that they have many holy emperors and saints. This is a force that cannot be underestimated." 3 high-level holy emperors. Ling Xiao could not help but gasp. Existences with such strength were already terrifying existences that were infinitely close to deities, yet the ghastly Drake sect had 3 of them. It was no wonder that they could dominate the fortress for so many years without declining. Therefore, Holy Master Ling shouldn't be impulsive when you're powerless. Yi Chengrong advised. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself, "Are we just going to let it go like this?" First, he was chased by the ghastly Python sect for some reason, and then the heaven-suppressing drum was snatched away. How could Ling Xiao endure this debt? Elder Yi, how many of your 100 alliance clans have a grudge against the ghastly Drake sect? Ling Xiao asked. Yi Chengrong pondered for a moment and said, "About a dozen, but only 6 or 7 of them dare to challenge the ghastly Drake sect. The rest are either weak or cowards. Elder Yi, how about this? Contact these clans that dare to go against the ghastly Drake sect and see if they need the Holy Emperor pill. I can also refine it for them, but after their strength increases, do they dare to challenge the ghastly Drake sect with me?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before suggesting. A glint flashed across Yi Chengrong's old eyes. He calculated in his heart and said, "All clans want the Holy Emperor pill, but it's hard to say if they will start a war with the ghastly Drake sect for the Holy Emperor pill. However, there are 2 or 3 clans that will definitely take action. They are the same as our Yi clan, sworn to be enemies with the ghastly Drake sect. Looks like we're still weak." Ling Xiao sighed. Yi Chengrong continued, "Actually, this old man has an idea, but I don't know if Holy Master Ling will agree." Ling Xiao was astonished. "Elder Yi, please speak the truth. Use Holy Master Ling's name to summon everyone in the stronghold. If anyone dares to oppose the ghastly Drake sect, they can refine a great Saint Master pill for them. I believe many reclusive old monsters will be tempted. When they join us, they will definitely be a force that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the ghastly Drake sect's actions over the years have already incurred the dissatisfaction of many factions. As long as Holy Master Ling is willing to summon them, many experts will gather and we will have the power to challenge the ghastly Drake sect." Yi Chengrong suggested. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before a look of joy gradually appeared on his face. Elder Yi's plan is brilliant. Everyone wants to destroy an evil sect like the ghastly Drake sect. I believe many people will be willing to work together. Yes, although it's a good plan, we need to plan it at length. We can't let some people fish in troubled waters. Yi Chengrong's eyes flashed as he replied. The Yi clan and the ghastly Drake sect had a deep grudge. If they could use Ling Xiao's name to gather many saints or the Holy Emperor, the Yi clan could use this opportunity to recruit these people to strengthen the Yi clan and also deal with the ghastly Drake sect. This was truly a brilliant plan that killed two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao naturally did not know Yi Chengrong's plan. His goal was to destroy the ghastly Drake sect as soon as possible, take back the heaven-suppressing drum, and head to the heaven region. He would not stay in the stronghold for long. After Ling Xiao and Yi Chengrong planned for a while, the Yi clan would be the one to spread the news. However, before that, they had to contact the other clans and reach an agreement. If the other clans did not dare to challenge the ghastly Drake sect, it would be difficult for the itinerant cultivators to achieve anything. A few days later, two more holy emperors came from the Yi clan. Together with Yi Chengrong, they set up a powerful restriction in front of the cave abode to block the natural phenomena caused by Ling Xiao's pill formation and prevent them from disturbing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was happy to see them like this. He only cared about refining pills in peace. However, the Yi clan exhausted all their wealth and resources and only managed to gather 18 sets of ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill of different attributes. Most importantly, they were severely lacking origin holy items as the main ingredient. Ling Xiao only needed to give 6 Holy Emperor pills to the Yi clan out of these 18 sets of ingredients. The effects of these 6 Holy Emperor pills should not be underestimated. If a mid-level Holy Emperor consumed it and advanced to the strength of a high-level Holy Emperor, his clan's strength would be completely different from before. Or if it was given to a half-Holy Emperor, they could directly reach the level of a true Holy Emperor. The effects would be very obvious. Yi Chengrong and the other Holy Emperors of the Yi clan were overjoyed. With this increase in strength, the Yi clan's status among the 100 alliance clans would definitely rise. During this period, Yi Chengrong also contacted a few of the 100 alliance clans' allies who had a grudge against the ghastly Drake sect. These clans had the best relationship with the Yi clan. They had all been connected by marriage before, so of course he would think of them first if there were any benefits. 3 of these clans also had a great enmity with the ghastly Drake sect. After hearing Yi Chengrong's conditions, they hesitated for a moment before deciding to participate in this plan. These 3 clans had gathered more than 30 sets of Holy Emperor pill materials for Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao could refine the Holy Emperor pill for them. Yi Hong was a little worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to eat it. After all, refining such a high-grade pill was quite taxing. Most 8th-grade alchemists would control the number of times they refined pills every month so that their mental state could be stabilized and they could refine pills better. However, ever since Ling Xiao refined the first Holy Emperor pill, he hadn't come out of his cave abode. Every 2 or 3 days, there would be a shocking phenomenon. The phenomenon of the Holy Emperor pill of various attributes were all different, but their power was all abnormally terrifying. Fortunately, Yi Chengrong and a few other Holy Emperor had already set up a defensive formation and made all preparations. Meanwhile, the Yi clan had already sealed off the area within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. No one was allowed to enter. After more than a month, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion again with more than 10 Holy Emperor pills in his hands. During this period, he wasn't in a hurry to refine Holy Emperor pills for Euro Fei and Sha Tian. Instead, he planned to refine pills for them after establishing good relations with the Yi clan and the other clans. Yi Chengrong appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a few elders. All of them were at the Holy Emperor level and looked at Ling Xiao with a burning gaze. Brother Yi, this must be Holy Master Ling, right? I didn't expect him to be such a young talent. Us old men are really envious. An elder in green robes asked while stroking his white beard. Yi Chengrong nodded and smiled proudly. That's right, this is Holy Master Ling. You've all seen the phenomenon these days. I believe Holy Master Ling has finished refining your Holy Emperor pill. Hurry up and give Ling Xiao your reward. It was indeed the Yi clan's fortune to be able to make friends with such a noble great saint. This humble servant is Huang Dongsheng. Greetings, Holy Master Ling. This is your reward. A middle-aged man in yellow stepped forward and greeted Ling Xiao politely while handing a spatial ring to Ling Xiao. The elder in green robes also smiled and said, "This humble servant is King Qingfu. Greetings, Holy Master Ling." As he spoke, he also handed over a spatial ring. Another black-robed elder stepped forward and handed over a spatial ring. "This humble servant is Zhao Han. Greetings, Holy Master Ling." They were all from the Holy Emperor, but they did not dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao. After all, it was not easy to meet a great saint master. Moreover, he had refined the Holy Emperor pill for them, so they had no choice but to treat him with respect. "There's no need to be so polite. We're just taking what we need." Ling Xiao replied indifferently and handed over the refined Holy Emperor pill to each of them. They were all extremely happy. With these Holy Emperor pills, their clan's strength was destined to rise to another level. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Chengrong and said, "Elder Yi, I wonder if you've discussed this matter with the others?" Yi Chengrong nodded and said, "I've already said it. If Holy Master Ling really wants to start a war with the ghastly Drake sect, we will definitely do our best to help." That's right. Evil sects like the ghastly Drake sect should be exterminated by everyone. I, Huang Dongsheng, am willing to lend Holy Master Ling a hand. Huang Dongsheng was the first to express his stance. King Qingfu said, "With these Saint Emperor pills, my strength will be able to advance once more and step into the advanced rank of the Saint Emperor realm. Why would I be afraid of the ghastly Drake sect then? My Zhao clan will definitely not shrink back," Zhao Han said resolutely. These were all clans that had once been enemies with the ghastly Drake sect. They had long since wanted to kill the ghastly Drake sect. Now that they had such an opportunity, they definitely did not want to let it go. "I can rest assured with your words. I, Ling Xiao, am weak, but I still have 2 mid-rank Holy Emperor and dozens of saints following me. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss," Ling Xiao said. Chapter 10:17. This time, Ling Xiao accepted Yi Chengrong's invitation and went to the Yi family's territory to drink and chat with the other Holy Emperors. During the banquet, Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, and the others reached a consensus and decided to work together to deal with the ghastly Drake sect. However, what they needed to do now was to recruit those saints or Holy Emperors who wanted to suddenly advance. Regardless of which martial artist it was, they could not resist the temptation of high-tier medicinal pills. Once they received the news, many people would definitely come to participate. When everyone was ready, it would be time to deal with the ghastly Drake sect together. After resting for 3 days in the Yi family, Ling Xiao returned to his cave abode outside the mountain range to refine pills again. This time, he wanted to refine the Holy Emperor pill for Euro Fei and Sha Tian. With the Moon Jewel Holy Light, 10,000-year geocentric spring, and 10,000-year tree sap as the main ingredients, as well as the other top grade 8 spirit herbs as the main ingredients, he had all the ingredients. There was nothing special about the pill refinement this time. The light attribute Holy Emperor pill and the water and wood attribute Holy Emperor pill were successfully refined by Ling Xiao. Euro Fei and Sha Tian's strength directly rose to the mid-stage Holy Emperor realm. In addition, among the many saints under his control, 2 peak saints were also given the Holy Emperor pill by Ling Xiao. One was lucky enough to become a low-stage Holy Emperor, while the other failed to break through and only reached the half-stage Holy Emperor realm. As a result, Ling Xiao's side now had 2 mid-stage Holy Emperors, 1 low-stage Holy Emperor, and 1 half-stage Holy Emperor. The other saints were also raised to the same level by Ling Xiao's pills. Each saint had the strength of a mid-stage saint, and there were a total of 37 saints. Such a force was definitely not inferior to the Yi, Huang, Qing, and Zhao families. In fact, they even had a lot more saints. I can only hope that we can recruit some true peerless experts to help us this time. Otherwise, it won't be optimistic to deal with the ghastly Drake sect. Ling Xiao muttered. Euro Fei, who had already come out of the cauldron, said with a twinkle in her beautiful eyes, "Xiao, don't worry. The ghastly Python sect has put a bounty on your life, but so many experts have come out to kill you. Now that you've used the Saint Pill and the Holy Emperor Pill as bait, there will definitely be more people coming to help." Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, sat at the side without saying a word. There was a hint of contemplation between his brows. Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan, "Master's wife is thinking about Master again?" Feng Qingyuan shook his head and said, "That's not it. I'm just wondering if we can find another strong helper to help us." What kind of reinforcements can we have in the fortress? We can only hope that those people won't dare to go against the ghastly Drake sect. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. No. We can also have strong reinforcements in the stronghold. Feng Qingyuan said as a token appeared in his hand. Mistress, this is? Ling Xiao and Euro Fei both looked at Feng Qingyuan in confusion. Feng Qingyuan explained, this was left behind for me by your master back then. He also knows a friend in the stronghold, and said that if there is a need, he can go find this friend of his. This person will definitely help. Mistress, why didn't you say so earlier that you had this backup plan? Ling Xiao exclaimed in joy. Feng Qingyuan said, with Xiao Air here, I have never thought of looking for help from others. It's just that your plan is too big, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to handle it alone. Furthermore, those families that have agreed might not go all out to fight, so Mistress felt that it was necessary to look for him as a friend. Master, what is the strength of this friend? If he is too weak, it will be of no use. Euro Fei said from the side. I don't know either, but to be able to befriend your master, he shouldn't be too weak. What's more, the other party is from the Myriad Sword Sect. Feng Qingyuan shook his head. Myriad Sword Sect? The leader of the four great powers, the Myriad Sword Sect? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Feng Qingyuan nodded his head and said with a strange expression, That's right, her name is Yin Shui. Jun Shui? It should be a woman's name, right? Euro Fei said from the side. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud and said, Haha, I know why Mistress doesn't want to look for this friend. The evil emperor had lived a romantic life, and this woman called Yin Shui in front of him, most likely had a relationship with the evil emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emphasized that she was a trustworthy person. As a woman, Feng Qingyuan naturally did not have a good impression of her rival in love. If it wasn't for the current situation, she definitely wouldn't have told this matter to Ling Xiao, and she didn't want to get to know Yin Shui either. Are you asking for a beating? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. If Mistress doesn't want to use this relationship, then forget it. I don't want Mistress to fight with him, Ling Xiao said. Feng Qingyuan stroked his hair, revealing a flirtatious expression as he said, Ever since I fell in love with your master, I knew that he would not be a man that I could enjoy alone. He is just as dissolute as you, causing love debts everywhere, but a woman that can hold him back has yet to appear, so I'm afraid that Yin Shui is just like me, one of the pitiful women that he abandoned. Then Mistress. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Feng Qingyuan did not wait for him to speak and said, Leave this matter to me. I will make a trip to the Myriad Sword Sect's territory and see if I can borrow her power to deal with the Yin Drake sect. All right, since Mistress insists, I will let Ro Fei and Sha Tian escort you there. Ling Xiao replied. No need, it's much more dangerous to be around you than me. Moreover, the Yin Drake sect's people are not after me. As long as I keep a low profile and change my appearance, no one will be able to do anything to me. Moreover, as long as it's not the Holy Emperor, no one can do anything to me. Don't think that your mistress is old and useless. Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao did not try to persuade her anymore, but he still sent the low-level Holy Emperor and the half-Holy Emperor to her side to protect her until she reached the Myriad Sword Sect. Ling Xiao asked the Yi clan to send Feng Qingyuan to the teleportation formation. The Yi clan was surprised to see someone else suddenly appear from the cave, but they did not dare to ask anything. After all, Ling Xiao was a great saint master that even their old clan master wanted to curry favor with. I hope Mistress will gain something from this trip. Ling Xiao sighed softly at the entrance of the cave, then returned to the cave. He could only wait for the rogue cultivators recruited by the Yi clan to arrive, and make use of this time to cultivate and accumulate power, striving to reach the intermediate saint level as soon as possible. He realized that his current cultivation was still too weak here. If he went to the heaven region, a place where only gods existed, he was afraid that he would only be a small fry. If he encountered any trouble, they could crush him with a single finger. Currently, Ling Xiao had the 5 elements and wind origin holy items in his hands. These were the ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill provided by the Yi clan, Huang clan, Qing clan, and Zhao clan. He could use this origin energy to suddenly reach the intermediate saint level. When Ling Xiao passed through the 9 layers of the spatial barrier, the evil demonic heavenly fire bead, the tree of immortality, and the Con 18 wind bead had absorbed a large amount of energy into his dantian, giving him the strength to break through to the intermediate saint level. However, in order to strengthen his foundation, Ling Xiao had specially compressed the energy so that he could remain at the peak of the low-level saint level. Now that he had the origin holy item, it was the purest energy for any cultivator, allowing him to break through to the next level without any side effects. Metal origin energy was one of the origin holy items that Ling Xiao had the most in stock. Other than the ones he obtained from the spatial barrier, the Yi clan had also provided him with some, and the Huang and Zhao clan had also provided him with some. He no longer had to worry about not having enough in the future, so he decided to take some out to absorb and refine it. Metal origin energy was a type of origin energy that only existed in a special place with metal-type spirit qi. It was golden in color and flashed with a dazzling light, giving off a sharp and oppressive feeling. After Ling Xiao adjusted his condition, he opened his mouth and sucked in the ball of metal origin energy. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain, as if he was being stabbed by a sword. It was as if he had not swallowed a ball of qi, but a golden sword. The golden sword was piercing his meridians, acupuncture points, and organs, making Ling Xiao feel unbearable pain. Beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the ancient Emperor Divine technique, so his meridians and organs had been strengthened. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the metal origin energy. An ordinary person would not have been able to bear it. He really did not expect the metal origin energy to be so domineering. It felt like it could take his life. In fact, Ling Xiao had been a little too hasty. This most basic origin energy should have been absorbed and refined bit by bit so that he would not feel this kind of pain. Although this small amount of origin energy was not to be underestimated, the metal-type power it contained was absolutely massive. When it entered his stomach, it naturally produced a huge impact of the elemental power. The metal-type power was the sharpest power in the first place, so the impact was naturally painful. Ling Xiao's Gue Yuan Venerate circulated his energy rapidly and directly absorbed and divided this massive origin energy. At the same time, the ancient Emperor Divine technique was also quietly circulating and devouring this power. Most of the metal origin energy fell into his dantian and was assimilated into the 5 different elemental powers. A small portion flowed into Ling Xiao's flesh, meridians, and organs, causing his already golden organs to shine even more brightly. Ling Xiao spent about 10 days refining this power, and his aura was gradually increasing. However, these increasing forces were compressed by Ling Xiao again and again. They were all gathered at one point, so they didn't explode at all. After this origin energy was completely absorbed and refined by him, Ling Xiao completely released this power. Ling Xiao's aura reached a critical point in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this surging power directly broke through this critical point and crossed into the wider Rong Na realm. This power that had been compressed for a long time not only broke through a level in an instant, but it also advanced towards a deeper level before finally stabilizing in the middle level of the mid-level saint realm. This was the result of Ling Xiao repeatedly compressing and accumulating various powers. This time, he had used the purest origin energy to break through. This was a sacred item that even the Holy Emperor had to rely on. For a saint like him, the effect was naturally even more significant. Chapter 10:18. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to come out of seclusion after breaking through to the middle stage of the saint realm. Instead, he chose to meditate for 3 days and fully adapt to his new power before slowly opening his eyes. A pair of threatening sharp lights burst forth from his eyes, and 2 substantial forces directly pierced through the stone walls of the cave abode. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of the explosion was not inferior to that of a peak middle stage saint, which showed how powerful Ling Xiao was now. With his strength as a mid-level saint, he was completely capable of fighting against a high-level saint. If he used his full strength, he might not even be afraid of a peak saint. Coupled with his various trump cards, he might even be able to fight against a half-step saint emperor. Ling Xiao stood up and exclaimed softly, "I didn't expect this metal origin qi to contain such terrifying damage. Fortunately, I was able to withstand it. I must be more careful next time." Ling Xiao walked out of the cave abode and found many people waiting for him. "Saint Master Ling, you're finally out." Yi Chengrong smiled and went up to greet him. Before he reached Ling Xiao, his old eyes narrowed and he exclaimed softly, "Saint Master Ling, did you break through?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and replied, "I was lucky enough to break through." "This is really worthy of celebration." Yi Chengrong congratulated him, then pointed to the people behind him and said, "They are also allies of the 100 Alliance clan. They know that Saint Master Ling can refine the Holy Emperor pill, so they insisted on coming to see you." Yi Chengrong's attitude in introducing these people was not as enthusiastic as when he introduced Huang Dongsheng, King Qingfu, Zhao Han, and the others. Ling Xiao guessed that their relationship with the Yi family was only ordinary, so he immediately had a plan. Yi Chengrong called those people over and introduced them to Ling Xiao one by one. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely indifferent, in line with his arrogant status as a great saint master. He did not immediately agree to refine the Holy Emperor pill for them, but he gave them a chance to choose, unless they were willing to participate in the plan to attack the dark demonic sect, or they had to pay a much higher price than the Yi family. Two clans were willing to send people to assist Ling Xiao and the Yi clan in their crusade against the ghastly Python sect, while 4 clans were willing to accept the latter conditions and increase Ling Xiao's compensation. Ling Xiao accepted these tasks and continued to enter the alchemy state. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ling Xiao had already sent those families away. At the same time, he welcomed the first batch of rogue cultivators. Most of them were saints, and there were 25 of them in total. 6 of them were at the half-Holy Emperor realm, and only 2 were at the Holy Emperor realm. Yi Chengrong ordered people to treat these people well, and at the same time, secretly roped them in to become Yi clan's tributary elders. Some of them accepted the invitation, while others came just for the pills. Ling Xiao stated in advance that he would only refine the pills for them after the battle. Whether they wanted to participate in the battle was up to them to decide. Ling Xiao did this to prevent them from going against the plan after obtaining the pills. If that happened, it would not be worth it. As the Yi clan gradually spread the news, more and more rogue cultivators, mercenaries, and people from other factions arrived. All of them had come for the pills. All of them wanted to improve their strength and increase their lifespan. 3 months later, those who were supposed to come had mostly arrived. A total of 12 Holy Emperor, 30 half-Holy Emperor, and more than 100 saints had gathered. Such a force was enough to draw the attention of anyone. These people were all entertained by the Yi clan. The Yi clan used all sorts of temptations to move these people, hoping to rope in more tributary elders. Yi Chengrong came to the cave dwelling and asked Ling Xiao, "Holy Master Ling, now that everyone is here, when do you think we can start the battle with the Yin demon sect?" It was not only Ling Xiao who was eager to start the battle. Yi Chengrong was the same. Now that he was a high-rank Holy Emperor, he was naturally very confident in fighting the Yin demon sect. "How many Holy Emperor cultivators do we have on our side?" Ling Xiao asked. Yi Chengrong replied, "We have 2 high-rank Holy Emperor cultivators, but it's enough to deal with the 3 high-rank Yin demons. We have 15 mid-rank Holy Emperor cultivators, and 27 low-rank Holy Emperor cultivators. This lineup is enough to deal with the Yin demon sect. After all, the most troublesome thing about the Yin demon sect is that they have too many Yin demons. However, these Yin demons cannot compare to Holy Emperor cultivators of the same rank, so there's no need to fear them." From Yi Chengrong's words, it could be seen that he was very confident in winning this battle. Ling Xiao listened to Yi Chengrong's words and pondered for a moment. Does the Yin demon sect have something to rely on to become one of the 4 major factions? Regardless of what the Yin demon sect relied on, the sky suppression drum was in the hands of the ghost lair. If he used it, even a high-rank Holy Emperor would be instantly killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to remind Yi Chengrong to raise their vigilance and not be too conceited. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that the Yin demon sect still has a strange demigod killing tool. It's a demonic guiding lamp that can control the mind. As long as you're hit by the demonic guiding lamp's energy, your soul will be temporarily controlled, and you'll be at their mercy. This is also why the Yin demon sect has been able to capture many Holy Emperor cultivators alive and refine them into Yin demons," Yi Chengrong said indignantly. He paused for a moment before continuing. "If the 100 Alliance clan or the other 2 major factions were willing to take action, the Yin demon sect would have been destroyed long ago. It's just that most people are used to a comfortable life, so they won't easily destroy this evil sect. Indeed, no one would do anything that had no benefits between the various factions. The Yin demon sect did not offend the Myriad Sword sect or the Yang family, so these 2 factions would definitely not go to great lengths to deal with them. This would only waste resources and weaken their own forces, so the losses outweighed the gains. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao couldn't take this lying down, he wouldn't be looking for trouble. Now that he naturally chose to destroy the Een demon sect, he definitely wouldn't give in so easily. Demonic guiding lamp? Is there any way to suppress this demigod tool? Ling Xiao asked. What can we do? We can only take it from their hands by force. However, that Een ghost matriarch is at the peak of a mid-tier holy emperor. I don't know if she's advanced any further, but if she does, it'll be a little troublesome. Yi Chengrong said with some worry. Een ghost matriarch? It should be that old witch who gave the order to capture me. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. He then said, it's better to be safe than sorry. We must be fully prepared. We're going to destroy the Een demon sect, not fight them to the death. That's right. I'll go discuss with the others and see if there's any way to deal with it. We'll set a specific time to attack the Een demon sect then, Yi Chengrong replied. Ling Xiao said, I'll have to trouble Elder Yi. Yi Chengrong returned, and Ling Xiao sighed and said, Master's wife has been out for so long, but there's still no reply. Could it be that she failed? Ling Xiao really wanted to wait for Feng Qingyuan to return before taking action, but he thought about it again and felt that it was better not to let his master's wife take the risk. If something bad happened to her, wouldn't he be letting his master down? Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao allowed Yi Chengrong and the others to discuss the specifics of the crusade against the Een demon sect. About half a month later, Ling Xiao summoned all of his people. Yi Chengrong, Huang Dongsheng, Duke Qingfu, Zhao Han, and the others each brought a group of people over. Every one of these people had reached the cultivation of a saint, and none of them was a mystic the arch or even a half-saint. Among them, Yi Chengrong and one of the Huang clan's patriarchs had already reached the strength of a high-stage holy emperor. Huang Dongsheng, Duke Qingfu, Zhao Han, and the others had reached the mid-stage holy emperor. There were also dozens of low-stage holy emperor. Yi Chengrong introduced Huang Dongsheng's uncle, Huang Mantang, to Ling Xiao. Saint Sovereign Ling, I've heard a lot about you. You're really young and promising. Huang Mantang cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and spoke passionately. He originally had no hope of suddenly reaching the high-stage holy emperor, and his lifespan was already at its end. He didn't expect to suddenly obtain a holy emperor elixir to change his fate. This filled him with endless gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Elder Huang is too polite. I believe Elder Yi has already told you that we have a common enemy. That's why we can stand together and become friends. There's no need for such polite words between friends, right? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Huang Mantang didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to and immediately smiled happily. Yes. Saint Sovereign Ling is right. We are friends since we can stand here. In the future, if Saint Sovereign Ling needs our Huang clan's help, just say the word. We will not hesitate. That's right. Our Qing clan is the same, Duke Qingfu added with a smile. The other holy emperors also made their promises. They knew that having a good relationship with a great saint master was crucial to the development of their clans. All right, let's cut the polite words. Now, Saint Sovereign Ling will lead us to crusade against the ghastly Drake sect. Yi Chengrong pressed his hand down and said. Yi Chengrong's words had undoubtedly pushed Ling Xiao to the leader's position. This was also a way to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be careless. Although he was a great saint master, his strength had only reached the middle stage of the saint realm. How can Ling Xiao take on such a great responsibility? I think it's better for Elder Yi and Elder Huang to lead us. I, Ling Xiao, am willing to advance and retreat together with the two of you. Ling Xiao said humbly. Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly made Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang feel extremely comfortable. The two of them were the strongest out of everyone, so they naturally didn't want to be suppressed by others. Ling Xiao's suggestion was undoubtedly what they wanted. Thus, this temporarily gathered group of saints and above was led by Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and Ling Xiao to crusade against the ghastly Drake sect. Since they had mobilized so much to crusade against the ghastly Drake sect, it was naturally impossible for them to act in secret. Someone would definitely find out. Thus, Ling Xiao simply suggested to slow down their speed towards the ghastly Drake sect. At the same time, they would announce a lot of information to everyone. The righteous would crusade against the evil ghastly Drake sect. The ghastly Drake sect was the leader of all evils, and all righteous men had the right to punish them. At the same time, They would publicize how the ghastly Drake sect had always harmed others and refined living people into demons. The goal of doing this was to let everyone in the stronghold know, so that those who had once been oppressed by the ghastly Drake sect could join forces to crusade against them. Chapter 10:19. Have you heard? The Yi, Huang, Qing, and Zhao families of the 100 Race Alliance have joined forces to fight the ghastly Drake sect. Of course I've heard. These families have a feud with the ghastly Drake sect. Back then, they wanted all their allies to join forces against the ghastly Drake sect, but they were rejected. It looks like they're determined to fight to the end. There's nothing we can do about it. The ghastly Drake sect has captured many saints and holy emperor. There's no way to resolve this grudge. The ghastly Drake sect is too evil and vicious. It'll be a blessing for the stronghold if we can destroy them. Who said otherwise? Many saints and holy emperors were also captured by them and refined into ghastly drakes. Those who were killed were refined into corpse demons. This is too unjust. No. I may be weak, but I'm willing to lend them a hand. I'll die without regrets. That's right. Although we cultivators are not some righteous chivalrous people, we will not allow this kind of evil that harms the human world to continue to run rampant. I am also willing to join them and swear to destroy the Inba sect. I'm willing to go as well. Is someone finally going to crusade against the ghastly Drake sect? I've been waiting for this day for a long time, murmured a martial artist who was mingling in a corner of a city. With that, his stooped body disappeared like the wind. In a medium-sized faction, a holy emperor appeared and cried out, "All saint elders, follow me. The day to destroy the ghastly Drake sect has arrived." Many other factions, large and small, responded to the summons as well. One by one, saints and even holy emperors appeared. The stronghold was extremely vast, and there were as many factions as the hairs on an ox. However, the speed of publicity was definitely much faster than in the central region. This was because there were many transmission formations between various places, and the transmission distance was relatively far. In just half a month, 1/3 of the people in the stronghold knew that the Yi, Huang, and other families had joined forces with the scattered factions to crusade against the ghastly Drake sect. Many of the factions and wandering cultivators who received the news had grudges with the ghastly Drake sect, or perhaps wanted to fish in troubled waters. All of them gradually headed towards the ghastly Drake sect. Ling Xiao did not expect his suggestion to cause such a huge reaction. It seemed that the ghastly Drake sect had also committed many evil deeds in the fortress. Otherwise, it would not have reached the point of causing the wrath of the heavens and the people. Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others were overjoyed when they found out about the reactions of the various parties. It was as if they could already see the moment of the ghastly Python sect's destruction. Yi Chengrong smiled and said, "Not only is Saint Master Ling outstanding in alchemy, but his strategy is also superior. This old man is truly impressed." Huang Mantang echoed, "That's right. With these people joining us, the ghastly Drake sect's destruction is imminent." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Elder Yi, Elder Huang, don't get happy too early. These people are just being impulsive, but once they face the ghastly Drake sect's annihilation methods, I'm afraid they'll flee faster than anyone else. So we must rouse our morale from the beginning and annihilate the ghastly Drake sect's vanguard with an all-powerful momentum. Let those people know that our strength can contend with the ghastly Drake sect, and only then will they firmly stand on our side." Ling Xiao had fought countless battles in his life, so he naturally knew where the momentum of this battle lay. After Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang heard this, they unconsciously nodded their heads. After all, this was the first time they had gone out on such a large scale. In terms of experience, they were much weaker than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang and the others, as well as the many saints and holy emperor who were prepared to assist them, headed towards the ghastly Drake sect's territory. The ghastly Drake sect had long since received the news, and the various subordinate forces were all nervous. In the ghastly Drake sect's space base, as the sect master, Yin Ming had already summoned many holy emperors to discuss this matter. A few branch clans of the 100 Alliance clan have already summoned many rogue cultivators and other hostile forces to our sect. What do you think, holy elders? Yin Ming sat on the sect master's seat and said to the dozen or so people in the hall. Amongst these dozen or so people, the middle stage holy emperor's ghost lair was only sitting in the middle seat. The few seats in front had already been occupied by others. And those few were undoubtedly at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor. These people were the most powerful existences in the ghastly Drake sect. The bald old man sitting on the first right of the sect master said disdainfully, "A bunch of motley crew dares to provoke our ghastly Drake sect? They truly overestimate themselves." The old woman opposite the bald old man laughed sinisterly. "It just so happens that I can refine Maureen demons and corpse devils, hee." "That's right, as far as I know, Huang, Qing, Zhao and the other Holy Emperoress only have a dozen or so people left. Even if they join forces, they might not be that strong. Wait until I catch them all in one fell swoop and make them completely disappear from the 100 Alliance clan." Another middle-stage Holy Emperor sneered. These Holy Emperors spoke one after another, as if they were already treating the invading clans of the Alliance as meat on a chopping board for them to slaughter. Yin Ming, who was sitting on the highest seat, had no choice but to solemnly interrupt them. "Holy Elders, you must not let your guard down this time. They didn't dare to attack our ghastly Drake sect in the past because they knew that they were no match for us. This time, they're definitely not acting on impulse. They must have something to rely on, which is why they're making such a big fuss. Who knows, they might just be the vanguard of the 100 Alliance clan, and the other clans are coming after them." Yin Ming's words immediately silenced all the Holy Emperors present, and their expressions turned solemn. The bald Holy One frowned and said, "Send the Shadow Guards to investigate immediately. We must know if the clans of the 100 Alliance have reached some sort of agreement and pay attention to their movements at all times." "That's right, we must be vigilant. We can't let the 100 Alliance clan have any chance." The old woman replied, "If the other disciples who went out can return, we won't have to fear the 100 Alliance clan," someone else said. "Right, does Haridi know about this?" The bald Holy Emperor asked Yin Ming. Yin Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I know." "Then why hasn't she come out of seclusion?" The bald Holy Emperor was a little dissatisfied. Before Yin Ming could reply, the old woman said in a strange tone, "She must be having fun with that newcomer right now. How would she have the time to care about the life and death of our sect?" Just as Yin Ming was about to say something, a laugh came from all directions. "Haha, senior sister knows me best." As the laughter faded, a woman and a man rushed in from outside the hall. The woman was enchanting and charming, and her clothes were revealing skin that was as white as snow and as cold as ice. Anyone who looked at her would salivate, but none of the Holy Emperors present were interested in her, because they knew how ugly and disgusting old age was hidden beneath that body. The man, on the other hand, was only middle-aged. He was tall and well-built, and had an extraordinary bearing. A thick baleful aura constantly lingered around him. The woman was the former ruler of the ghastly Drake sect, and the man behind her was undoubtedly Mo. Shockingly, the ghastly Drake mother had broken through to the realm of a high-rank Holy Emperor from a few months ago, while Mo was a low-rank Holy Emperor. The expressions of the Holy Emperors in the hall froze at first, but they quickly stood up and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Haridi." The high-rank Holy Emperor was the most powerful being in the stronghold, and the ghastly Drake sect's breakthrough had undoubtedly solidified her position in the ghastly Drake sect. On the other hand, the old woman who had mocked the ghastly Drake sect revealed a panicked expression, afraid that the ghastly Drake sect would cause trouble for her. "Forget it," the ghastly Drake mother said and sat on the sect master's seat that Yin Ming had vacated. She then looked at the old woman and said, "Senior sister, you will be the vanguard against the 100 Alliance race's invasion this time. Let them know the power of the ghastly Drake sect." The old woman knew that the ghastly Drake sect was taking revenge, but she still didn't dare to raise any objections. Instead, she obediently nodded and said, "Yes, I will capture them all and refine more Inba for our sect." Senior sister's courage and fighting spirit are commendable. Everyone should learn from her, the ghastly Drake sect praised. After a pause, she then asked Yin Ming, "Yin Ming, do you have any news of that little bastard?" Yin Ming's expression turned ugly. "We've temporarily lost contact with him, it's possible." "Possible what? You want to say that he might have hidden himself so that no one can find him?" The ghastly Drake sect's tone instantly became stern. Yin Ming broke out in a cold sweat when he was reprimanded by the ghastly Drake sect. I followed your orders and sent Elder Guiyu to capture him, but unfortunately..." He was interrupted once again before he could finish speaking. Guiyu replied indifferently, "That's right, that kid did escape from my hands."
The ghastly drake sect's gaze fell on Guiyu, and she questioned, "That little bastard is actually stronger than you?
How could he escape from your hands?" Guiyu shook his head and said, "That kid is only a low-level saint, but he has several holy emperor protecting him. In the end, I killed 3 holy emperor, and 2 holy emperor protected him as he escaped." What? A mere low-level saint actually has several holy emperor protecting him? Elder Guiyu, are you lying to me? The ghastly drake sect was surprised. Ghost Mother, everything Guiyu said is true. Otherwise, that kid would have been captured long ago. Guiyu replied indifferently.
Now that he had obtained the heaven-suppressing drum, he was not afraid of even a high-level holy emperor. Moreover, he did not want to reveal that the other party had a divine mirror, because he naturally hoped that such a good thing would eventually fall into his hands. The ghastly drake sect did not care about Guiyu's attitude, as if she was already used to it. She immediately said to Guiyu, "Since he escaped from your hands, then I'll leave the task of capturing him to you. I hope you can capture him alive for me." Guiyu nodded slightly, and his heart was already blooming with joy. He could not wait to take on this task. "Well, I'm afraid the people from those families are about to arrive. Senior sister, take some people to welcome them. I hope to hear the news of your triumphant return as soon as possible." The ghastly drake sect's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chapter 10:20. It was the Een Snow Ridge again. In the endless mountain range, a vast expanse of white snow fell continuously. The scene was very beautiful. If fresh blood were to be sprinkled on it, it would definitely look especially seductive and eye-catching. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others had already arrived. Because they had set off from the Yi clan's territory and deliberately slowed down, it took them nearly 2 months to get here. Over the past 2 months, there had been quite a number of people gathered here. There were people from more than 10 clans of various sizes, as well as powerful rogue cultivators and mercenaries. There were no less than 15,000 people gathered here, including some heavenly venerables and mystic Thear-cranked martial artists. They belonged to different camps, but they were all waiting for the Yi, Huang, Qing, Zhao, and the other clans' allied forces to arrive. When Ling Xiao, Yi Chenkong, and Huang Mantang saw this group of people, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. This undoubtedly proved that their promotion of the power of summoning this time was quite successful. "Elder Yi, Elder Huang, let's see how you handle these people." Ling Xiao transmitted to Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang nodded lightly, then flew into the air and instantly erupted with the power of a high-tier holy emperor. Their auras were like a level 10 storm, blowing the snow far away. Many of the martial artists below were pressured by this aura to the point that they could not breathe, and the heavenly venerables even knelt on the snowy ground. High-tier holy emperor. These 2 seniors actually have the strength of a high-tier holy emperor. This aura is too terrifying. That's right, no wonder they dared to attack the Een Demon sect so boldly. As expected of one of the most powerful clans in the 100 Alliance clan. With these 2 high-tier holy emperors, what do we have to fear? We can definitely wipe out the Een Demon sect. That's right, today is the day to wash the Een Demon sect with blood and take revenge for our loved ones. Everyone, the fact that you are gathered here proves that you are all righteous people and that you have a grudge against the ghastly drake sect. Everyone hopes that an evil sect like the ghastly drake sect will disappear from this world. They have existed for too long, more than 100,000 years. Over these years, they have taken the lives of too many peerless experts. Not only that, they have also cruelly refined them into Een demons or corpse demons, torturing their bodies. My Yi family swears to exterminate the ghastly drake sect. Huang Mantang also spoke up. Back then, a holy emperor of my Huang family who was less than 1,000 years old had a great chance of breaking through the path of ingress, but he was actually captured by the ghastly serpent sect and refined into a living demon. I believe that everyone here has had the same experience as me. The fact that everyone is gathered here proves our determination to fight the evil sects to the end. Does everyone dare to join us in massacring the ghastly serpent sect? Does everyone dare to join us in massacring the dark drake sect? The voice reverberated throughout the dark snow ridge. Massacre the ghastly serpent sect. Ling Xiao was the first to shout from below. As his voice fell, all the martial artists below raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Massacre the ghastly serpent sect!" Massacre the ghastly serpent sect. Massacre the ghastly serpent sect. More than 10,000 people shouted in unison, and their momentum was like 10,000 swords striking out at the same time. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, shaking the heavens and the earth, and scattering all the snow. Ah! All of a sudden, a series of screams rang out in an instant. This caused a commotion among the 10,000 people, as if someone had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on others. Damn it, they must be spies from the ghastly serpent sect. Take them down. The experts near the corpses immediately reacted and shouted in alarm. Then, they immediately attacked the people who had launched the sneak attack. Hee hee, you motley crew, if you want to attack our ghastly serpent sect, you'll have to get past me, Meng Pa. A cold and sinister voice rang out from the space. Meng Pa was the vanguard leader sent by the ghastly serpent mother, a peak mid-level holy emperor. Following her were more than 10 holy emperors and nearly 100 holy ones. Humph, I'll use you as a sacrifice today, you old hag. Yi Chungrong snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and she attacked Meng Pa. Meng Po's old eyes twitched, and she muttered something. In an instant, 15 holy emperors appeared in front of her. Among these holy emperors, 12 were low-level holy emperors, and 3 were mid-level holy emperors. It was indeed terrifying. It's not that easy to kill me. Attack. Meng Pa was not afraid of the high-level holy emperor's disguise at all. As her voice fell, the 15 holy emperors split into different corners and attacked Yi Chungrong. Rumble. The might of the 15 Yin demons attacking at the same time was not inferior to that of a high-level holy emperor. They had clearly formed a special formation that could fight against a high-level holy emperor. Yi Chungrong was only a high-level holy emperor who had just advanced, so he was caught unprepared. Humph, no matter what formation it is, it's useless in the face of absolute power. Yi Chungrong snorted coldly again. A holy weapon appeared in his hand, and his protective spirit beast was also summoned. Meng Pa thought to herself, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome this time. I hope that Fan Zi will bring more people here soon. Otherwise I'll die here. Meng Pa also summoned her spirit beast protector to fight. On the other side, Huang Mantang also faced off against the Yinba summoned by the 2 mid-stage Saint Emperors, and the battle was quite intense. The ghastly serpent sex people summoned all kinds of Yin demons and corpse demons. There were only 100 of them, but with the addition of the Yin demons and corpse demons, there were almost 2,000 of them. All heavenly venerables and mystic emperors, step back to avoid any harm. Those at the saint level or above, kill these demons. Ling Xiao shouted. He had finally taken action. At the same time, a mid-level 8th grade lion tiger beast and a low-level 8th grade golden wolf king attacked together. Euro Fei and Sha Tian also attacked together, and the power that erupted was terrifying. Many of the people who had gathered could not escape so quickly, and immediately perished in the terrifying chi forces of these peerless experts. Some of them saw the opportunity early and ran as far as they could. They felt fear and panic in their hearts. If they had known that only saints could fight, they would not have joined in even if they were beaten to death. The battle between the saints and the Holy Emperor was intense and terrifying. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around the dark snow ridge, large tracts of spatial power collapsed, turning the surrounding mountains into dust. Terrifying sinkholes appeared here. The ghastly serpent sect had an absolute advantage in terms of the number of saints and Holy Emperor, but most of them were Yin demons and corpse demons. Their true battle strength was not comparable to that of a living person of the same level. So far, Ling Xiao, Yi Chungrong, Huang Mantang, and the other allies had the upper hand, but they could not take down the ghastly serpent sect in one go. The main reason was that Yi Chungrong and Huang Mantang could not break the ghastly serpent sect's formation in a short time. Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to these things. He only knew that he had to kill the ghastly serpent sect's people. Ling Xiao raised his combat prowess to more than 20 times. With the golden dragon spear in his hand, he exuded the domineering might of a dragon. The terrifying spear projection blasted the saint-level Yin demons and corpse demons into powder. However, there were too many ghastly serpent sex people, and he could not kill them all in a short time. He also suffered many attacks. Fortunately, his body was abnormal, and he was completely immune to these attacks. We can't go on like this. Everyone, kill all the ghastly serpent sex people. These ghastly serpent sex people will definitely be defeated. Ling Xiao shouted. He had once obtained a corpse demon from the corpse sect and knew some methods to exorcise them. As long as he killed the people who exorcised the corpse demons would no longer be a threat. He believed that the same principle applied to the ghastly serpent sect. Ling Xiao didn't say a word as he charged towards a high-level saint. When the high-level saint saw Ling Xiao's face, he could not help but exclaim, "It's actually you, you little bastard. I didn't expect you to be among these people. It's just the right time to capture you and bring you back to claim your reward." The high-level saint urged the ghastly serpent demons and corpse demons beside him to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stabbed forward with the tyrant dragon spear technique. The roar of a tyrant dragon spread for thousands of miles, scattering them. The high-level saint did not expect Ling Xiao to be so ferocious. With a ferocious roar, he raised the scythe in his hand and slashed out 18 blade energies in succession. Each blade energy was enough to tear through the vast sky. Now that Ling Xiao's battle prowess had increased, his strength was not inferior to the high-level saint in front of him at all. He even wielded the semi-divine weapon Golden Dragon Spear in his hand. The spear thrust forward like a peerless true dragon, directly dispersing the terrifying blade energies. The dragon's head directly pierced through the chest of the high-level saint who could not react in time. The high-level saint's eyes widened. Even in death, he could not understand how a mere mid-level saint could have such terrifying battle prowess. "Little bastard. How dare you kill my junior brother? Hand over your life." A low-level holy emperor had just killed 2 saints from the allied army when he immediately saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing his junior brother. He was instantly infuriated. "You want to kill my husband? Have you asked for my permission?" A delicate voice shouted from the side. A peerless true dragon and a silver elephant charged out at the same time. The 2 terrifying images carried with them the power to tear the heavens and split the earth, directly smashing the low-level holy emperor into a rain of blood. Without a doubt, it was Euro Fei who could use the dragon form technique. Although she was focused on killing the enemy, she had always been by Ling Xiao's side to protect him at all times. "Don't worry about me. Your husband won't be killed so easily. Let's kill all the members of the ghastly Drake sect first," Ling Xiao said, and once again attacked the other members of the ghastly Drake sect. Following Ling Xiao's reminder, the allied army avoided the attacks of the Inba and corpse demons, and attacked the members of the ghastly Drake sect. The situation of the ghastly Drake sect began to take a turn for the worse, while the allied army's morale was greatly boosted. "Go to hell, witch." Yi Chengrong increased her speed to the extreme, shaking off the 15 Inba. The sword in her hand pierced through the void, directly descending upon Meng Po's head. Chapter 10:21. A high-rank Holy Emperor's sword strike was extremely terrifying and domineering. It directly traversed thousands of kilometers of space and landed on Meng Po's head. Meng Po let out a cry of alarm and used her skeletal staff to block the attack. Rumble! A terrifying collision sound rang out. Meng Po's perlicue was forcibly torn apart by the force of the impact, and her body was directly smashed into the snowy ground 10,000 meters below. Yi Chengrong's aura surged and she yelled, "Kill all of these ghastly Drake sect devils." "How arrogant! Do you really think that a motley crew like you can really deal with our ghastly Drake sect? All of you can just obediently become Een demons or corpse demons for us." A cold voice suddenly rang out. Many figures shuttled through space. The person in the lead was a peak mid-rank Holy Emperor, just like Meng Po. The others were also Holy Emperor level of strength. More than 30 Holy Emperors had descended all at once. This was indeed a force worthy of the title of one of the 4 major powers. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang both tensed up, but they were not afraid. After all, they did not fear anyone below the high-rank Holy Realm. Unfortunately, their faces turned green in the next moment. 3 high-rank Holy Emperor Een demons appeared in front of them. Their thick and sticky auras completely locked onto the 2 of them. The bald Holy Emperor respectfully said to the 3 Een demons, "3 great Een demons, Holy Emperor Een demons, please kill them all." The 3 Een demons seemed to have come from the netherworld and exuded a thick aura of death. They roared and attacked Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang at the same time. These 3 high-rank Holy Emperor Een demons were different from other Een demons. The power they exuded was of the dark attribute, and they also contained a thick, corrosive aura of death. Once they came into contact with it, they would immediately be entangled and their life force would be consumed. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang immediately found it difficult to deal with these three Yin demons at the same time. After all, they had only just reached the high-rank Holy Emperor level. The rest of you, kill these motley crew to your heart's content. The bald-headed Saint Emperor cried out in alarm. He summoned the Yin Ba and the corpse demon he had refined and attacked the allied army. The other holy emperors of the ghastly Drake sect also summoned their own Yin demons and corpse demons to join the battle. For a moment, the ghastly Drake sect's holy emperor had the upper hand in terms of numbers, and the situation began to change. Ah! Tragic cries rang out incessantly in this world. Many saints and holy emperors suffered many casualties. Yu Rofei and Sha Tian stood beside Ling Xiao to protect him, in case the enemy reinforcements came to find him. Xiao, the ghastly Drake sect is powerful. Yu Rofei said with a frown. Let's go all out and kill. You're in charge of stopping those experts. Sha Tian, you're in charge of killing them. If the two of you work together, you can definitely make the ghastly Drake sect's mid-rank saints suffer a great loss. Whether we can win this battle depends on you. You don't need to follow me, I can still handle this kind of battle. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Yu Rofei hesitated for a moment, then flashed towards the ghastly Drake sect's reinforcements with Sha Tian. Let's kill to our heart's content today. Ling Xiao roared and finally unleashed all his battle strength. He transformed into a dragon man and wielded the golden dragon spear to meet the two nearest mid-rank saints. The destructive power of the golden dragon spear was not inferior to the power of the half-holy emperor. It directly blasted the two mid-rank saints who wanted to dodge into two pools of blood. On the other side, many of the allied forces were besieged by the ghastly drakes and corpse demons, and the situation was not good. Ling Xiao quickly pointed with his other hand, and flames quickly blasted towards the ghastly drakes and corpse demons. The ghastly drakes and corpse demons were not afraid of any attack at all, because they did not feel any pain at all. Moreover, their bodies were absolutely terrifying, not inferior to ordinary saint weapons. But in the face of heavenly fire, they could only be burned to ashes. The warriors who were rescued by Ling Xiao all felt that they were very lucky, but when they saw Ling Xiao's appearance, they were fiercely shocked. However, there were all kinds of strange people in the fortress, so it wasn't to the extent that they would be shocked. Ling Xiao's wind attribute was raised to the highest, and his figure constantly changed, making it impossible to catch his figure. Wherever he went, the saints of the ghastly Drake sect were killed by his spear. Ling Xiao's terror had already attracted the attention of the top experts of the ghastly Drake sect. A half-holy emperor appeared in front of Ling Xiao and shouted, "You half-beastmen actually dare to attack my ghastly Drake sect, you're courting death." After saying that, the three ghastly drakes and 5 corpse demons beside him rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao shouted angrily, "You're the half-beastman, your whole family is half-beastman, you can all be destroyed for me." What Ling Xiao had always cared about the most was that he had to transform into a dragon man in order to achieve the strongest amplification of his combat power. Moreover, he was very dissatisfied with this appearance, which was indeed neither beast man nor human. Now that it was said to his face, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Ling Xiao decided that he must beat this guy into a pig's head to vent his anger. Ling Xiao put away the golden dragon spear and brandished the 9 suns heaven-burning fist. Waves of extremely terrifying young attribute power blasted the ghastly drakes and corpse demons. The young attribute fire was the nemesis of such evil things. Every punch that landed on the ghastly drakes and corpse demons blasted their bodies into pieces, and the fire left on them directly burned them to ashes. The half-holy emperor felt a wave of disgust towards Ling Xiao's young attribute fire, but he did not flee. How could he, a dignified half-holy emperor, be afraid of a mid-level saint? The answer was naturally no. A pair of ghostly claws appeared in the hands of the half-holy emperor, and he and his protective spirit beast charged towards Ling Xiao. Ghostly claws suddenly appeared, and one after another, phantom demons and ghosts pounced towards Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, the ferocious-looking 7th-grade spirit beast opened its mouth, revealing its bloodthirsty fangs and roaring. The speed of the two was no slower than Ling Xiao's current speed. "Any evil thing is useless before me." Ling Xiao sneered and struck out with the 9 suns heaven-burning fist once again. Level 6. White Flame True Sun. Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a bright white sun, and the light he emitted was extremely dazzling, forcing everyone nearby to close their eyes. The scorching power was even more unbearable. The fist force was torrential, and the blazing white flames were like a falling sun. The terrifying heavenly might made people feel that it was difficult to resist. The invincible fist intent that Ling Xiao comprehended in the Holy Yang sect's ruins was finally unleashed. The demonic phantoms of the half-holy emperor were immediately burned to ashes by the white flames. The ferocious dark attribute spirit beast was no longer ferocious, and instead revealed an extremely fearful expression. The half-holy emperor's situation was not much better. He only felt that there was an incomparably huge sun crashing into him, and he had no confidence to resist at all. No. The half-holy emperor let out a soundless roar. Unfortunately, the fire fist was merciless, and the blazing sun burned the sky, directly drowning him and his spirit beast. When the fist aura disappeared, the half-step Saint King and the spirit beast were no longer in existence. The power that erupted from the invincible fist intent was actually so terrifying. Ling Xiao also did not expect that his angry attack would bring about such a powerful destructive power. He seemed to feel a deeper level of essence of the fist intent. If the fist intent that Ling Xiao comprehended in the Holy Yang sect's ruins was considered a beginner's level, then this fist intent had already reached the intermediate level, and was not far from the perfected fist intent. Ling Xiao faintly grasped that mysterious feeling, and he seemed to feel the scene of the dancing figure in the fist intent space of the Holy Yang sect. Ling Xiao's body moved at will, and his fist intent moved with it. An inexplicable force appeared on his body, and all the power around him seemed to move with his fist. Heaven and man as one, the fist intent was monstrous. Ling Xiao no longer avoided the holy emperor of the ghastly Drake sect, nor did he avoid the Yinba and corpse demons that had reached the holy emperor realm. He wanted to use this battlefield to thoroughly comprehend this layer of fist intent, and completely unleash the power of the invincible fist intent. 2 low-level holy emperors, Yinba and 3 corpse demons surrounded Ling Xiao. They were all holding sacred weapons, and if they attacked at the same time, they could completely kill any low-level holy emperor. Streams of breakable elemental power and 1,000-meter-wide spatial power formed a terrifying prison, trying to strangle Ling Xiao alive. The low-level holy emperor controlling the Yinba and corpse demons murmured, "I didn't expect this half-beast human to be so terrifying. He must have been cleansed by the dragon's blood. If I can absorb all of his blood essence, my body will definitely improve by a level. Break for me." Ling Xiao directly ignored these powers, and punched with his bare hands. A fist of extreme yang forcefully shattered the prison that was surrounding him like a mountain. Rumble! The 3 corpse demons were forcibly sent flying, and the 2 Yinba also took a few steps back. At that moment, before they could organize another attack, a fist silhouette had already descended on their heads. The terrifying force of the fist directly blew up their heads, which were comparable to sacred weapons. The controlling Saint King leapt in fright. The Yinba and corpse demons had all been refined through a special method, so their defenses were comparable to saint artifacts. Without a saint artifact, it was impossible for ordinary people to destroy them so easily. But this person in front of him completely destroyed them with a single punch. It could be seen how terrifying the power of that punch was. "Damn it, I will definitely make you regret being born into this world. I will refine you alive." The Holy Emperor shouted, and his figure suddenly surged, and waves of surging palm shadows slapped down on Ling Xiao. The terrifying spatial power was shaken and distorted, and the pressure was very strong and fierce. This was the difference between the Holy Emperor and the saints. They could already forcibly change the spatial power, distorting it and causing greater damage. Ling Xiao was having a good time, and he was not afraid of the spatial power at all. It was still a simple punch. The punch contained the power to descend the heavens, and directly met the spatial power that was oppressing him. Rumble! The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and the whole world shook uncontrollably. Chapter 10:22. The 2 figures were sent flying at the same time, and 2 streams of blood immediately spurted out. Ling Xiao had relied on his monstrous fist intent and his battle prowess to increase by dozens of times. He had actually managed to fight against a true low-level holy emperor with the strength of a mid-level saint, and both of them had suffered heavy injuries. This was a feat that surpassed the realm of a high-level saint and a half-level holy emperor. If anyone else had noticed this,
their jaws would have probably dropped. The ghastly python sect's holy emperor was shocked. He did not expect Ling Xiao's battle prowess to be so monstrous. He immediately summoned his spiritual beast and attacked Ling Xiao together. You have spiritual beasts, but so do I. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against a low-level holy emperor and a peak stage 8th stage holy beast on his own. With the help of many resources, the Golden Wolf King had also reached the 8th stage transformation stage. The power of its mutated third eye had also increased. When it heard Ling Xiao's summon, it immediately swept over from the other side of the battlefield. A golden ray of light tore through the distance of several thousand meters and shone on the low-level Holy Emperor and the peak stage 8th stage Holy Beast. With the strength of the Golden Wolf King, it shouldn't have been able to hit them so easily. However, they were all focused on dealing with Ling Xiao, and the strange golden light didn't seem to have any power to hurt them, so they didn't dodge in time. However, when the golden light landed on their bodies, a strange power actually imprisoned their movements, making them feel as if their bodies weren't listening to them at this moment. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The low-level Holy Emperor cried out in shock. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to understand what kind of power it was. Ling Xiao's fist had already smashed down on his head. Bang! The fist intent was like a falling sun, completely blasting the low-level Holy Emperor and the peak stage 8th stage Holy Beast into pieces. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more courageous he became. His battle intent was like a bottomless pit that kept rising. His 9 solar sky-burning fist was being used to the fullest extent by him. Any saints, demons, corpse demons, or even low-level holy emperors who got close to him would all die. On the other side, Euro Fei and Sha Tian worked together like the strongest killing team. The two of them did not directly confront the demons or the demonic corpses. Instead, they chose to attack the holy emperor who controlled them. Euro Fei's unexpected divine mirror could even freeze the holy emperor's figure, and Sha Tian was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to strike. The moment the holy emperor was frozen, Sha Tian suddenly pounced and cut off his head. One after another, the holy emperor of the ghastly Drake sect fell under their joint attack. Once the person controlling the demons and corpse demons died, the demons and corpse demons immediately lost their ability to fight and were no longer a threat. Not good. There's something strange about that mirror. Right. They have a divine weapon, retreat. The bald holy emperor was fighting the other holy emperors, but he was still paying attention to the situation around him. When he discovered the frightening combination of Euro Fei and Sha Tian, he knew that the mirror in Euro Fei's hand was no ordinary object. He immediately cried out in alarm and ordered his men to retreat. A top-grade divine weapon had all kinds of unimaginable magical effects. It was not something that just anyone could deal with. Although the bald holy emperor had brought 3 high-level demons with him, they were pinned down by the other side and could not kill everyone in one fell swoop, let alone deal with opponents of the same level with a divine weapon. He had no choice but to give the order to retreat. He had to summon the demonic guiding lantern to have a chance of victory. Following the bald holy emperor's order, the people of the ghastly Drake sect immediately fled in all directions like a tide. Meanwhile, the morale of the people of the ghastly Drake sect was greatly boosted. Their killing intent surged as they chased after the people of the ghastly Drake sect. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Everyone stay and heal first. We'll attack the ghastly Drake sect in one fell swoop in the future and annihilate them all. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to circulate his energy and shouted. Yi Qingrong also echoed, that's right, we must recover to our peak condition and kill our way to their lair in one fell swoop and bathe them in blood. Yi Qingrong's expression was very unnatural when she said this. It was obvious that she had just set off and could not display the might of a high-level holy emperor. Her movements were restrained, and she was even injured by the high-level holy emperor's demons. Her confidence had already been damaged. Huang Mantang was in the same situation as him, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. Fortunately, they were lucky to win this battle, and they felt somewhat gratified. The ghastly Drake sect lost nearly 30 holy emperor and 70 to 80 saints. More than half of the demons and corpse demons were useless because of the death of their masters. The coalition army suffered the most casualties at the beginning of the battle, including the celestial venerables and mystic the arch. Thousands of them were killed, and the number of saints and holy emperors' casualties was not lower than the ghastly Drake sects. After all, they had a large number of demons and corpse demons.
If not for Ling Xiao's reminder and letting them know the weaknesses of the Yin demons and corpse demons, their casualties would have been even greater. War was cruel and merciless. A small number of people finally could not stand this kind of battle where they could lose their lives at any time and left in advance. When faced with the threat of death, there was no longer any hope for hatred. In order to boost his morale, Ling Xiao had no choice but to point at Euro Fei and Sha Tian and shout, "These two are my friends. They have a divine mirror, and when they work together, no one can kill them." Just now, they killed several of the ghastly Drake sect's holy emperor, so even if the ghastly Drake sect has any trump cards, they can't do anything to us. At this point, Ling Xiao absolutely did not want these people to retreat. He had to gather all of them together in order to have a chance to completely eliminate the ghastly Drake sect. So Saint Sovereign Ling has this kind of trump card. No wonder you dare to challenge the ghastly Drake sect. I can rest assured now. Yi Chengrong's tired expression relaxed, and she smiled. Huang Mantang also said from the side, "That's right, the ghastly Drake sect's most powerful reliance is the three high-grade holy emperors Yin demons and the demon guiding lamp. Now, I and Brother Yi can deal with the three high-grade holy emperor, but the two of you need to deal with the demon guiding lamp." Ling Xiao said, "The two of you can rest assured. No matter how powerful the ghastly Drake sect is, they can't deal with the divine weapons of my two friends. Of course, the most important thing is that the two of you can kill the three Yin demons in the end. The others are nothing to be afraid of. Yes, now that we have figured out the strength of the three Yin demons, we will definitely be able to destroy them next time," Yi Chengrong said confidently. After everyone rested for a day, they prepared to attack the ghastly Drake sect's headquarters again. However, at this time, a powerful aura came from a direction. Everyone became vigilant, thinking that the ghastly Drake sect had come to attack. However, this group was not from the ghastly Drake sect. Shockingly, the people in the lead were two graceful women. One of them wore green satin clothes that fluttered in the wind, and it drew out her extremely charming figure. The other wore white clothes, and she was like a pure snow lotus that was too beautiful to be taken in at the same time. The two women each had their own charm, but they were completely different. The only similarity was their mature charm, which was so dazzling. Behind them followed a group of holy emperors. All of them wore long swords, their essence energy was restrained, and their expressions were solemn. There were a total of 30 holy emperors, 2 of whom had reached the high-grade holy emperor realm, 10 of whom had reached the mid-grade holy emperor realm, and the rest were low-grade holy emperor realm. Heavens! That should be the myriad sword sect's people. A holy emperor recognized the symbol on their clothes and exclaimed, "Yes, could it be that the myriad sword sect's holy emperor is also here to help us deal with the ghastly Drake sect? If only that was the case." Impossible. If the myriad sword sect wanted to destroy the ghastly Drake sect, they would have done so long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. I think they're just passing by. I remember that the woman in white is the myriad sword sect leader's daughter, Holy Emperor Yin Shui. Yin Shui, Holy Emperor, the genius girl who once shocked the world, the terrifying monster who reached the Holy Emperor realm before 500 years old? Didn't she go to the heaven region long ago? Why are the myriad sword sect's people here? Yi Chengrong frowned. Huang Mantang also sighed. If they're here to help us, our chances of winning will be higher. But that's a bit wishful thinking. Ling Xiao saw the newcomers and smiled happily. It's not wishful thinking, they're here to help us. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang both looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment, their hearts filled with doubt. Could it be that Saint Master Ling is a member of the myriad sword sect? Ling Xiao brought Euro Fei and Sha Tian to welcome them, and said to Feng Qingyuan, "Mistress." Who else could it be other than Feng Qingyuan, who was riding on top of White Phoenix Luan? Stinking brat. You actually didn't wait for Mistress to return and came to find trouble with the ghastly Drake sect. Do you think that Mistress will hold you back? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and reprimanded. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. How could that be? This is the time that everyone decided. It's not something that I can decide myself. Just as Feng Qingyuan was about to say something, the woman in white who was sitting on a level 9 icebird beside her sized up Ling Xiao and said with her red lips, "Sister Qingyuan, is this big brother evil emperor's successor?" Only now did Ling Xiao notice the woman on Feng Qingyuan. He suddenly realized that this woman's beauty was not inferior to Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei at all, and she was dressed in pure white clothes, exuding an elegant and aloof aura, giving off a feeling of suffocation and shame.
Fortunately, Ling Xiao's willpower was extraordinary, and he had seen all kinds of beautiful women before. He only paused on Yin Shue's face for a moment before looking away. Feng Qingyuan kept White Phoenix Luan, pulled Yin Shue's hand and laughed. That's right, it's this stinking brat. His name is Ling Xiao, and he's only just over 100 years old, but he's already a saint, and he's even a real 8th grade great saint master. Yin Shui, who had always been conceited and arrogant, couldn't help but be moved when she heard Feng Qingyuan's introduction. Behind the two of them, the Holy Emperor's stern faces all flashed with astonishment. A saint who had just passed the age of 50, and he was even an 8th grade great saint master. Just what kind of talent did he have to be able to do this? Immediately, one gaze after another landed on Ling Xiao, as if they wanted to see through him. Chapter 10:23. The stronghold was at the edge of the heaven region, just like how the meteorite city in the northwest was compared to the central region. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the stronghold was more than 10 times denser than the central region. There were also traces of source energy for many peerless martial artists to cultivate. Therefore, the martial artists born in the stronghold were much better off than the people of the Xianling continent in all aspects. Naturally, they could advance much faster. Of course, there were some peerless geniuses among them. Yin Shui was one of the more famous geniuses in the stronghold. She was born in the 10,000 Sword sect, which was one of the top forces in the stronghold. She had been cleansed by all kinds of holy items since she was young, creating a demonic body that was close to a divine body. Her cultivation speed was many times faster than her peers. She had reached the mystic the arch level before the age of 40. Then, she reached the saint level before the age of 100. After that, she reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor level in a few hundred years. She did not rely on elixirs to break through. She had achieved all these through her own hard work. Although Ten Bin was not the best in the stronghold, she was definitely one of the best. In the whole world, those who reached the Holy Emperor level were all people who were thousands of years old. Yin Shui had always been proud of her Ten Bin cultivation. However, when she suddenly found out that there was a genius who was several times more monstrous than her, she still felt a little confused. If some geniuses obtained some kind of heaven-defying inheritance and could reach the saint level before the age of 100, it might not be surprising. However, for someone like Ling Xiao, who had not only reached the saint level, but was also a genuine great saint master, she felt that it was very unbelievable. We must recruit a genius like young mistress into the sect. I believe the sect leader will like her very much. A high-level holy emperor transmitted a message to Yin Shui. I know what I am doing, Yin Shui replied. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with a faint smile, as expected of Brother Demonic Emperor's only successor, "You are indeed more youthful than the master." "You flatter me." Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Yin Shui. He didn't know if Yin Shui was related to his master, so he didn't dare to address her as such. Hee, you don't have to be so distant. Just call me Marshal. Marshal Uncle. Your master and I are sworn siblings. Yin Shui had revealed her and the Dark Emperor's identities, and her words had undoubtedly pulled the distance between her and Ling Xiao closer. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyuan and saw Feng Qingyuan nodding with a smile. He immediately bowed and said, "Xiao Er greets Marshal Uncle." Haha, good. Big Brother Demonic Emperor has taken in a good disciple. Not only is he outstanding, he's also handsome. You're even more likable than your master. I have a gift for you. Yin Shui smiled, and an item appeared in her hand. As soon as this item appeared, there was an extremely cold feeling within 5,000 kilometers. It was a piece of ice that radiated a dense ice-attributed origin energy. Weaker cultivators would not be able to endure the waves of cold that came from it. Ice Soul Crystal Stone. When Ling Xiao saw that item, he couldn't help but exclaim. It seems like you have some eyesight. I know that you cultivate multiple attributes like your master. I believe this Ice Soul Crystal Stone will be of some use to you. Yin Shui said. Marshal Uncle, isn't this gift too expensive? Ling Xiao licked his lips and said. His expression had already betrayed his thoughts. Such a sacred object of the ice attribute was the most valuable treasure that any warrior of the ice attribute would pursue. Ling Xiao also had the ice attribute, so this Ice Soul Crystal Stone would naturally be of great benefit to him.
Take it. This is a gift from martial uncle. You can't be so disrespectful, right? Yin Shui chuckled. Feng Qingyuan also said from the side, Xiao just accept it. In any case, your martial uncle is rich and overbearing. What's there to be afraid of? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, martial uncle. Ling Xiao happily received the ice soul crystal stone. This sacred item could increase the speed at which a saint could advance towards the Holy Emperor, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't reject it. Oh right, did you guys start a war with the ghastly Drake sect? Yin Shui cut to the chase. Ling Xiao nodded and said, we did start a war. They just retreated a day ago, and we were planning to charge straight into their lair. Yin Shui glanced at the people from the allied forces, and a look of surprise appeared in her proud eyes. She said, since when did these second-rate forces have a high-level holy emperor? After pausing for a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, did you refine the holy emperor pill that allowed them to break through? Before Ling Xiao could reply, Feng Qingyuan had already answered on his behalf. If it wasn't for this brat, how could there be such a big commotion? The charm of a great saint master is indeed extraordinary. Yin Shui sighed softly then said, it's just that if we were to rely on this motley crew to fight against the ghastly Drake sect, I'm afraid the entire army will be annihilated. Why do you say that, martial uncle? Could it be that the ghastly Drake sect still has something to rely on? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. Of course. Although they are the weakest of the four great powers, if they didn't have something to rely on, how could they have survived until now? Yin Shui asked. Could it be that the three high-level holy emperors Yin Ba and demonic guiding lantern aren't the real powerhouses? Ling Xiao guessed and exclaimed. Yin Shui said, this is only the strength they are relying on the surface. What is truly troublesome is the Yin Ba heavenly cycle formation. Yin Ba heavenly cycle formation? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. This is a formation formed by 108 holy emperors Yin Ba. Once all of them use this formation, even a high-level holy emperor will die in the face of it. This is a great formation that they have accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, and they won't use it easily. This is something that one of my sect's ancestors told me, Yin Shui said. Ling Xiao naturally knew that some formations had heaven-defying abilities. For example, the formation formed by some of the warriors that Xianxia had trained could also fight against warriors 1 or 2 levels higher than them without falling into a disadvantageous position. Is there no way to break it? Ling Xiao asked somewhat unwillingly. Apart from forcefully destroying all of these Yin Ba, we can also kill the person controlling the Yin Ba. Then, everything will not be a problem. However, that person is definitely not easy to deal with. His strength is at least at the peak of the Holy Emperor's level. Other than an absolute powerhouse that doesn't come out, it is almost impossible to deal with him. So, you have to consider whether or not to attack the ghastly Drake sect. Yin Shui said clearly. Ling Xiao seemed a little hesitant. Was it even possible to kill such a terrifying existence? Do I just give up like this? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Xiao, let's go down first. Think about it carefully. Why don't we just go to the heaven region and deal with them when we come back one day? Feng Qingyuan suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and descended from the sky with the rest of the group. Ling Xiao was the middleman. He introduced Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others to Yin Shui. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such powerful reinforcements. That was the Holy Emperor, the strongest force in the stronghold. Their battle strength was definitely not something that their allied forces could compare to. Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others were already overjoyed. With such powerful reinforcements, they were already much more confident in dealing with the ghastly Drake sect. At the same time, they respected Ling Xiao even more from the bottom of their hearts. Any great saint master that could be linked to the myriad sword sect naturally had an even more extraordinary identity. Ling Xiao looked up at the falling snowflakes and struggled incessantly in his heart. If he fought, he did not have enough strength to rely on. If he did not fight, then his plan this time would be ruined, and those who died would be in vain. No. I cannot back down. The sky suppression drum must be retrieved. Although that Yinba heavenly cycle formation is extraordinary, it is not unbreakable. I have the help of the heavenly fire. Any Yinba is just an inanimate object in my eyes. They are all dregs. The ghastly Drake sect must be destroyed. An unyielding will soared in Ling Xiao's heart as he shouted. The brave were invincible and indomitable. This was precisely the philosophy that had allowed Ling Xiao to continuously prosper. Have you made up your mind? Yin Shui asked when she sensed Ling Xiao's strange fluctuations. Yes, the ghastly Drake sect must be destroyed. Please lend me a hand, martial uncle. Ling Xiao nodded and replied softly. I can deal with many people from the ghastly Drake sect, but I still can't deal with the Yinba heavenly cycle formation. Yin Shui replied very directly. Don't worry, I'll break that heavenly cycle formation. You just need to help me restrain the person in charge of the formation. Ling Xiao said with incomparable confidence. Xiao, don't be impulsive. You're still young and have a long way to go. Are you afraid that you won't be able to destroy a mere ghastly Drake sect? Feng Qingyuan advised again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if we can't even deal with the ghastly Drake sect, how can we establish ourselves in the heaven region in the future? Believe in my master's wife, we will definitely win. Seeing that Ling Xiao had said so, the two women did not say anything else. However, Yin Shui found it strange. Where did the evil emperor's disciple get such strong confidence from? He was only a middle-stage saint. Even if he had the ability to fight above his level, he was only a high-stage saint. Could it be that he was young and impetuous and did not care about the consequences? Or did he have some hidden trump card that no one knew about? With the addition of the 30 Holy Emperor brought by Yin Shui, the coalition army's momentum had become completely different. They were all full of confidence as they advanced towards the ghastly Drake sect's territory. The ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces were already aware of their arrival and had already retreated to the ghastly Drake sect's headquarters. When all the subsidiary forces of the ghastly Drake sect gathered together, it was definitely a very terrifying force. Countless Yin demons and corpse demons were the nightmares of any martial artist. They were not afraid of pain or death, and it was difficult for anyone to kill them in a short period of time. These were the puppet warriors that the ghastly Drake sect relied on the most. Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived near the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. This was a dangerous place filled with death aura. Once any martial artist below the Saint Realm entered this place, they would immediately be entangled and corroded by this death aura. Their vitality would constantly weaken until they could not get rid of the death aura and finally died. This was similar to the situation Ling Xiao experienced in Wind Cloud City, but the death aura here was much stronger and more terrifying. Ordinary saints had to use spatial energy to isolate themselves layer by layer to not be harmed. Chapter 1024. All the holy emperors had gathered in the ghastly Drake sect. This was a battle that they could not afford to ignore. Their opponents already had 2 high-level saint kings. This was enough to make any one of them pay attention to them. The Yin Ghost Mother listened to the report with a gloomy face. Her expression became more and more unsightly, especially when she heard that someone had taken out a light attribute divine mirror. This was definitely a divine weapon that could restrain the ghastly Drake sect. This made her feel that the situation had exceeded her expectations. Ghost Mother, we must summon the demonic guiding lantern and control the invaders one by one. They won't be able to return, the bald Holy Emperor said. This time, he had brought 3 high-ranking Holy Emperor Yin demons, but they had returned empty-handed. He wanted to capture all the invaders and refine them into Yin demons or corpse demons. Don't worry. Since they have the guts to invade our ghastly Drake sect, there will naturally be a feast waiting for them. The Yin Ghost Mother exuded a strong killing intent. She then looked at Hayamo and said, Hayamo, you have been in our sect for many years. Today, I will give you a chance to make a contribution. You will hold the demonic guiding lantern and kill the invaders one by one. Are you confident? As soon as she finished speaking, all the Holy Emperor's gazes fell on Hayamo. They did not hide the jealousy in their eyes. Ghost Mother, he is at most a low-ranking Holy Emperor. How can he use our sect's divine item? I will be the first to disagree. The bald Holy Emperor said indignantly. As soon as he finished speaking, another person said, That's right. This matter is of great importance. How can we let such a weak person be our leader so easily? Ghost Mother, please fight them personally. Try to keep them all here and show the ghastly Drake sect's divine might. No one in the hall supported the Een Ghost Mother's decision because Hamo had not been in the ghastly Drake sect for long. Although he had the strength of a holy emperor, he did not have any prestige in the ghastly Drake sect. It was normal that he did not have the support of others. The Een Ghost Mother didn't reply to them. Instead, she looked at Hamo tenderly and said, "Show them your true strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to control the demonic guiding lamp." Hamo sneered and took 2 steps forward. He coldly stared at the Holy Emperor and said, "The demonic guiding lantern is controlled by a capable person. I, Hamo, am stronger than all of you. Therefore, aside from Mother Harpy, only I can control the demonic guiding lantern." As soon as he finished speaking, balls of blood chi instantly erupted from his body. The strength of a low-level Holy Emperor instantly shot up to the mid-level Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary Holy Emperor realm, but the mid-level of a mid-level Holy Emperor. However, his aura also contained a frightening blood chi. A ball of black chi began to gather above his head and finally turned into the image of a heavenly demon. It looked demonic and sinister, with 2 horns on its head, long and bloodthirsty fangs, and a pair of fleshy wings. It held the heavenly demon staff in its hand like an ancient demon, giving off a terrifying pressure of bloodlust, hostility, madness, and many other negative emotions. Heavenly demon descends. He's actually a heavenly demon descends. That's the legendary greatest demon sovereign, the heavenly demon lord who once unified the demon world. I feel my realm being suppressed. It's too scary. I'm willing to submit to the heavenly demon lord. We're willing to submit to the heavenly demon lord. The holy emperors in the main hall all cried out in alarm, their expressions filled with incomparable shock. Those who had only just entered the holy emperor realm were unable to resist this terrifying pressure and directly knelt on the ground. The others had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist this pressure that came from the source. Even the Een Ghost Mother, who was sitting on the throne, revealed a shocked expression, as if this was the first time she had seen Black Demon's true strength. She gradually felt that things were getting out of her control, but she also discovered that Black Demon was even more attractive to her at this moment, causing her heart to ripple. She wished that she could immediately submit to him. Black Demon crossed his arms over his chest and coldly said, "Do I have the qualifications to control the demonic guiding lamp?" There was silence in the hall, and no one raised any objections. All right, since there are no more objections, then the demonic guiding lamp will be controlled by Black Demon. Let him lead everyone to kill this motley crew and leave none alive. Een Ghost Mother took the opportunity to speak. Immediately after, a black lamp flew out from her spatial ring. There were many holes on the lamp, and the tiny holes were suffused with a demonic scarlet color. They were like demonic eyes that could easily cause people to sink into oblivion. All right, all of you immediately go out and fight those impatient bastards. We can't afford to lose this time. Een Ghost Mother ordered. This time, all the top experts of the ghastly Drake sect moved out at the same time, and the 2 great forces finally welcomed the fiercest clash. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others, as well as the Holy Emperor led by Yin Shui from the Myriad Sword sect, had already gathered near the ghastly Drake sect's spatial zone. The deathly aura here caused everyone present to be extremely cautious. Once one breathed in the deathly aura, it would affect one's vitality and shorten one's lifespan. Even saints had to be careful. The ghastly Drake sect's deathly aura formation has already been set up nearby. Anyone below the saint stage will undoubtedly die once they enter. Saints must also be careful, or else their vitality will be corroded and absorbed by the mother formation in the ghastly Drake sect. This is also the reason why the ghastly Drake sect has the spring of life. Yin Shui explained to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. Ling Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood. He had seen the power of the demon child formation before, and this place was definitely much more terrifying than the one he had encountered before. Ah! Suddenly, a few screams came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw that several saints had been entangled by the deathly aura. Their vitality was immediately extracted, and they actually fell to the ground and died just like that. It was also at this moment that a voice came from an unknown corner. "How dare you trespass into the ghastly Drake sect's territory? All of you shall die." As the voice fell, countless deathly aura actually started to surge. Waves of corrosive power could even invade the power of space, making it impossible to guard against. Not good. Everyone be careful. The power of this deathly aura is increasing. Hurry up and strengthen your defense.
Yi Chungrong shouted in alarm and then slapped his palm in a direction.
Ah!
The person from the ghastly Drake sect who had spoken just now was immediately blasted into a bloody mist.
Why don't we work together and disperse this deathly aura? Huang Mantang suggested. Yin Shui said, it's useless. This place is controlled by the formation, and the deathly aura has already accumulated to a very dense level. Even if it is dispersed, it will continue to spread out endlessly. The only way is to quickly charge into the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. Everyone, use your spatial energy to form a barrier to prevent the deathly aura from entering your body. With that, Yin Shui was the first to control her power to form an enormous spatial energy in front of her, isolating the surging deathly aura. The others followed suit and erupted with their own strength. A large amount of spatial energy began to form a small spatial barrier, isolating the deathly aura outside the spatial barrier. Everyone began to quickly rush forward, trying to pass through this deathly aura as soon as possible. At the same time, the Yinba and corpse demons of the ghastly Drake sect began to appear in large numbers. They were dead to begin with, so they were completely immune to the deathly aura. The Yinba and the corpse demons attacked at the same time. Their terrifying attack power was not inferior to anyone present. They broke through the defensive spatial energy of the saints, and the deathly aura immediately attacked their bodies. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Many of the Holy Emperors began to take action, killing the Yinba and the corpse demons. Only by getting rid of these restraints as soon as possible would the other saints have a chance to survive. The sounds of intense battle began to ring out incessantly, and the sounds of miserable screams also rang out incessantly. One by one, the saints were entangled by the Yinba and the corpse demons. Once their defenses collapsed, the deathly aura would immediately take their lives. You pieces of trash dare to offend our ghastly Drake sect? Dang! A holy emperor of the ghastly Drake sect let out a sinister laugh. Immediately after, his figure began to hide in the deathly aura and began to attack the holy emperor of the allied forces. The sounds of killing filled the sky, and the power of attributes continuously exploded out. When the allied forces were attacked, they immediately showed signs of collapse. Everyone seemed incomparably panicked, but some of them couldn't help but flee. If this continued, they would be defeated before they even reached the other party's space realm. At this moment, an excited voice rang out. Everyone, don't panic. This deathly aura can't do anything to us. Immediately after, a huge suction force began to surge, and the deathly aura actually swept in one direction. And in the center of the deathly aura, there was no doubt that it was Ling Xiao. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years the deathly aura had accumulated here, and how many millions of people had been buried here. This was also the reason why even saints were immediately deprived of their vitality when they were entangled by the deathly aura. The deathly aura continued to gather on Ling Xiao's body, wrapping him up into a large black cocoon. It was incomparably shocking. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by doing this. One had to know that even if the Holy Emperor absorbed this deathly aura, he would not be able to expel it in a short period of time. Yet, Ling Xiao was absorbing it like this. How could he still be alive? Does this kid want to die? Yin Shui cried out in alarm, and wanted to take action to expel the deathly aura from Ling Xiao's body. However, Feng Qingyuan held her hand and said, Yin Shui, don't be rash. Xiao is not a reckless person. He has many mysterious powers that we cannot understand. Yin Shui looked at Feng Qingyuan in astonishment, then looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. In the end, she sensed that Ling Xiao's aura was not affected at all, and only then did she relax. The deathly aura that filled the sky formed a natural barrier in the vicinity, causing many experts in the stronghold to be helpless. But now, the deathly aura actually started to gradually decrease and weaken. The thick and sticky power had already weakened a lot, and it could not cause much damage to the saints. For a time, the people of the allied army started to stabilize their morale, and they started to fight and kill the people of the Yin Drake sect. Since you dare to offend the Yin Drake sect, then all of you will become Yin Ba. A cold voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 1025.
Many top-notch experts of the ghastly Drake sect appeared. The person in the lead was the Black Devil, who had been ordered to go to battle. The dragon he was riding on was actually a level 9 demon dragon. That huge and slender black dragon body was covered in dragon scales that were as hard as steel. There was a bone spur that extended from its head to its tail on its back, making it look extremely ferocious. It roared, and the vast and mighty dark dragon might directly shock the heavens and earth. This was not a pure dark elemental true dragon. It probably contained other bloodlines. It had not truly evolved into a true dragon, but it could definitely be considered a top-notch holy beast. The people of the allied forces could not help but look at him. All of their expressions became extremely solemn. This level 9 demonic dragon alone was enough to wipe out many level 9 holy beasts. It must be known that this existence, which was closest to a true dragon, had abnormal combat strength. The Black Devil was like a heavenly devil as he sneered from high above. All of you shall become the captives of the ghastly Drake sect. A black magic guiding lamp instantly appeared in the Black Devil's hand. He channeled a wave of power into the magic guiding lamp and muttered some incantation. Soon after, rays of bloody red light shot out from the holes of the lamp. Waves of strange aura kept bursting out. These bloody red lights landed on the dozen or so people of the allied forces nearby. Their expressions immediately became extremely lifeless. Their eyes became unfocused as if they had lost their souls and could not control themselves. Oh no, everyone, disperse quickly. That's the magic guiding lamp. Don't let the light shine on you. It will make you lose your nature. Huang Mantang was the first to exclaim. At the same time, he attacked with the holy weapon in his hand at the Black Devil with all his might. He wanted to stop the Black Devil from activating the magic guiding lamp. However, when Huang Mantang attacked, the 3 high-ranking Holy Emperor's shadow demons also appeared instantly. One of them immediately went to meet him. The other 2 attacked Yi Chengrong and the other high-level Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect. The bald Holy Emperor, who was controlling the 3 high-ranked Holy Emperor, had already noticed the difference in the strength of the allied army. He looked at the 30 Holy Emperor's uniforms with the same symbol, and his eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but whisper, "Why are the myriad sword sects people here? This is bad. We have to go back and have Mother Harpy and the old Holy Emperor come." The bald-headed Saint Emperor knew that this was an opportunity, and immediately escaped into space to ask for reinforcements. Black Demon rode on his demonic dragon and showed his might. A high-tier sacred sword from the myriad sword sect slashed at him. Black Demon wasn't afraid of the high-grade holy sword's attack. A black sky demon staff appeared in his other hand. The ferocious-looking sky demon staff clashed with a high-grade holy emperor with a ferocious aura. Boom boom boom. Powerful energies collided, causing the world to tremble. Ling Xiao, who was on the battlefield, was surrounded by a large amount of deathly aura. No one dared to approach the incomparably dense deathly aura. Not even the Holy Emperor. Euro Fei and Sha Tian were not far from him, and they destroyed all the Yinba and corpse demons that wanted to approach. Not far from them, a figure quietly attacked. He was hidden in the crowd, and like a hungry wolf, he stared at Euro Fei with greed in his eyes. Although it's only a light attribute divine artifact, after I snatch it, I'll go to the heaven formation and exchange it in the heaven realm. When that time comes I, Gue Lair, can go wherever I want. This person was Gue Lair, who had stolen Ling Zhao's heaven-suppressing drum. He knew that Euro Fei had the Mirror of Tranquility, but he was not of the light attribute. Even if he obtained the Mirror of Tranquility, he could not use it. However, he had other plans. Now that he had the sky-suppressing drum, he had an ultimate killing weapon. He would never reveal it unless it was a critical moment. If he aroused the scorn of others, he might not be able to protect the sky-suppressing drum alone. He had his own plans. He no longer planned to stay in the ghastly Drake sect, and he did not even plan to stay in the fortress. At this time, he had no choice but to take out the heaven-suppressing drum for the Mirror of Tranquility. As long as he killed Euro Fei, he could obtain her Mirror of Tranquility, and then he could escape far away. However, just as he was about to take out the heaven-suppressing drum, a dense icy cold sword shadow swept towards him. Gue Lair's eyes twitched, and a ghost axe appeared in his hand to meet the sword shadows. Clang clang clang. Give back my martial nephew's things. A delicate shout rang out.
A beautiful figure and an ice bird had already flown through the air and arrived in front of Gui's lair. The ice sword of Absolute Zero carried a terrifying killing power as it kept colliding. The endless sword momentum forced the ghost lair to deal with it in a difficult situation. Damn it, where did this stinky woman come from? How dare she ruin my plans? Gui's lair quivered and cursed under his breath. He immediately summoned his Ba to deal with Shui. After all, the Holy Emperor of the Ghastly Drake sect had spent a lot of time studying and refining Ba and corpse demons all year round. They had absolutely no advantage in terms of combat power. However, Shui was the daughter of the Myriad Sword sect master, a genius of the fortress. She had the ability to fight above her level. It was naturally difficult for Gui's lair to deal with her. It seems that if I don't let you know how powerful I am, you won't be tactful. Shui shouted and changed her sword move. The dense and continuous attack instantly became simple. Finally, it turned into 3 sword shadows and slashed towards Gui's lair with the power to tear the world apart. 3 ultimate ice slashes. Gui's lair tried his best to block it, but he found that the 3 swords seemed to be nothing special except that they were a little powerful. However, just as he was about to counterattack, a wave of cold hidden force instantly erupted again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive ice blades in front of Gui's lair exploded at the same time. Each explosion contained a terrifying energy, as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had collapsed. Not only did it contain the horror of a natural disaster, but it also contained an extremely cold aura. It surrounded the surroundings and froze everything into ice sculptures. Gui's body was blasted back again and again. Mouthfuls of blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, and his body was instantly frozen by the ice chi, causing him to temporarily lose the ability to resist. Shui was like a fairy walking on the waves. She stepped on the void, and the cold sword chi once again swept towards Gui's lair. No. I absolutely can't die. I still have to go to the heaven domain. Gui's lair roared and summoned more than a dozen corpse demons from his space ring. They stood in front of Shui and blocked Shui's cold sword chi. These corpse demons only had the strength of a saint, so they were directly smashed into powder by Shui's sword chi. Taking advantage of this moment, Gui's lair quickly took out the sky-suppressing drum. He showed an extremely ferocious look and exclaimed, "Bitch, go to hell!" After saying that, Gui's lair concentrated all his strength on his palm and slammed it down on the sky-suppressing drum. However, at this moment, a dazzling light broke through the void and shot straight towards him. Gui's lair's raised hand instantly froze, and he could no longer move. His heart sank. It's over. Subsequently, an extremely cold strand of sword chi pierced through the top of his head and minced him into a puddle of icy cold blood. A delicate hand grabbed the sky-suppressing drum that was about to fall to the ground. Could this really be the legendary ancient divine artifact, the sky-suppressing drum? Shui's beautiful eyes showed great surprise. She clearly recognized the origin of the drum. She didn't have much time to think about it. She temporarily put away the sky-suppressing drum and nodded at Fei in the distance. Shui didn't hesitate and once again charged in another direction. At this time, the battle between the two sides had reached a white-hot stage. Fierce fighting waves and countless shouts of killing rang out. None of the people who were fighting noticed that this place, which had been filled with a strong death aura for hundreds of thousands of miles, had gradually become clear, and the death aura was almost negligible. In this space, only a huge black cocoon still existed, but it was also becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, the black cocoon completely disappeared, revealing a handsome and tall figure. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? All the death chi here had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. No, it should be completely absorbed by the connate chilling wind bead. When the death chi disappeared, Ling Xiao didn't immediately join the battle. His eyes were still closed, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly, the connate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness released a powerful force. It had broken through a level, and waves of yin chi were constantly being fed back to Ling Xiao. Back in the 9 layers of the spatial barrier, the connate chilling wind bead had already absorbed a lot of origin energy, making it much bigger and reaching a critical point. The death chi had helped it break through this critical point and reach the next level of power. The bead had become a little bigger than the demonic heavenly fire bead. It was obvious that its power had surpassed the demonic heavenly fire bead. As Ling Xiao received the surging power, his meridians felt swollen and painful, as if they could burst at any time. His divine technique began to circulate rapidly, and the five-colored dantian kept absorbing the power. His aura instantly soared. Ling Xiao had only just broken through to the mid-level saint level, and his realm could only be said to have just stabilized, but this power forcefully increased his strength. His original mid-level saint level had soared to the peak of the mid-level saint level, and it seemed like it was still going to increase. This power was actually comparable to the accumulation of hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation by any saint, and it was helping him break through to the high-level saint level. No, if this goes on, it will impact my foundation. I have to use all my strength to suppress it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and his divine technique kept compressing the power, not letting it rush to the next level. The power was still increasing, but it was constantly being suppressed by Ling Xiao. In the end, it swelled to the point that his body almost couldn't take it anymore. Brat, you actually broke through it this time. Go to hell. A cold voice rang out beside Ling Xiao. Chapter 1026. A holy emperor who was hiding like a shadow appeared out of thin air with a black serpent sword in his hand, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's heart. This expert known as the Shadow Emperor was a top expert of the ghastly Drake sect who specialized in assassinations or spying. He had already reached the peak of the mid-level holy emperor. His concealment was not much weaker than Sha Tian's. He was like a flickering shadow, unfathomable. Moreover, he had a way to resist the deathly aura. Even Euro Fei and Sha Tian could not detect him when he suddenly attacked. The black serpent sword was like a venomous snake hiding in the grass that suddenly shot out to bite. It was impossible to defend against. Ling Xiao's strength was being forcibly increased by a large amount of feedback energy. He was almost unable to suppress this energy, and was about to reach the high-level saint level. The Shadow Emperor suddenly appeared and pierced his heart with a sword. Stop! Euro Fei and Sha Tian finally realized that someone was ambushing them. They cried out in alarm and rushed over to help as fast as they could. Unfortunately, they were too far away and could not make it in time. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. The Holy Emperor's full-force attack was not a joke. Even with the defense of a high-level saint-level physical body, he still felt extreme pain. Just in time. Ling Xiao endured the pain and cried out. The excess energy from the connate sinister wind pearl was transferred by Ling Xiao to his heart. He used all his strength to resist the energy that was about to stab into his heart. Bang! Ling Xiao's energy was released, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but only a shallow wound was left on his chest. The Holy Emperor did not expect Ling Xiao's counterforce to be so powerful. He was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb. If it was a low-level Holy Emperor, he would probably have been injured. He had to stop and wanted to give chase. However, he sensed an intense danger coming from behind him. Without thinking, he immediately used a concealment technique to hide himself completely. However, a vast and dazzling ray of light directly illuminated him to the point where he had nowhere to hide, and even caused his body to freeze in a stiff position. Sha Tian attacked without hesitation. The sword ray slashed across the Shadow Emperor's neck. Puff! The Shadow Emperor did not even have the chance to scream before his head was separated. Xiao, are you all right? Euro Fei rushed over to Ling Xiao and asked anxiously. Ling Xiao stood up and shook his head. He smiled faintly. I'm fine. It's all thanks to him. The excess energy in his body had been vented, and his condition was much better than before. His current strength had also reached the perfected mid-level saint realm, and if he wanted to, he could directly reach the strength of a high-level saint at any time. However, he had just broken through to the mid-level saint realm not too long ago, and it was really inadvisable for him to make another breakthrough in such a short period of time. Moreover, he was on the battlefield now, and if he were to be ambushed after he had just broken through, he would definitely suffer from chi deviation. That was why he had compressed his energy, and would only make another breakthrough when his mental state was perfect in the future. At this moment, another group of people came out of the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. You people dare to invade my ghastly Drake sect. Today, I'll make all of you stay and become the ghastly Drake sect's disciples. Mother Een Ghost shouted with an extremely ferocious expression. Following that, a strange-looking spiritual beast appeared next to her and roared incessantly. At the same time, she waved in the direction of Black Devil. The magic guiding lantern flew toward her without her knowing. 10,000 souls return. Mother Een Ghost sent streams of energy into the magic guiding lantern, causing its power to increase greatly. All of the lantern holes released a scarlet light. Quick! Everyone, avoid these lights. A high-level holy emperor from the Myriad Swords sect exclaimed. At the same time, a shield appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. However, he reacted quickly. The others did not. Many of the saints and holy emperors of the allied army could not react in time. They were all illuminated by the light, and their expressions immediately became dazed. The magic guiding lantern was originally Mother Een Ghost's possession. Black Devil could not even use 1/10 of its power. However, Mother Een Ghost was able to achieve such an effect with a single move. It was indeed the power of a semi-divine weapon. Even Feng Qingyuan, who possessed the wind attribute, could not avoid being hit by the magic guiding lantern. She had already lost her ability to fight and could only stand there in a daze, waiting to be slaughtered. Fortunately, she had Bai Fenghuan by her side to protect her. Coupled with the protection of the Myriad Sword Sect's Holy Emperor, she was fine for the time being. Yin Shui was also not affected by the magic guiding lantern. Unknowingly, another sword had appeared in her hand. This sword was much larger than an ordinary long sword. It was more like a gigantic K-sword, heavy and shiny. Waves of ice attribute energy were constantly emitted, blocking the light outside of her sword. This was also a semi-divine weapon, the Ice Palace sword. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block the light. As the daughter of the Myriad Sword Sect's leader, she was also known as the Heaven's Favored Lady in the fortress. It was impossible for her to not have a trump card. Such a dangerous monster, disappear for me. Yin Shui's body emitted thick ice crystals. She held the Ice Palace sword with both hands and waved it. A huge shadow of the ice sword instantly slashed down from the sky. Heaven Freezing Sword. It was a simple attack, but it had the power to break through a door. The ice crystal sword shadow that was thousands of meters long ruthlessly flew towards Mother Een Ghost. Mother Een Ghost's expression changed. Although she was a high-ranking holy emperor, it was still very difficult for her to take on such a terrifying attack. Once this attack was blocked, her magic guiding lantern would not be able to continue, and she would not be able to turn all the people under her control into her own. Old Ghost, Holy Emperor, when are you going to make your move? Mother Een Ghost exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Tisk Tieske, I didn't expect the daughter of the Myriad Sword Sect to be here. Let this old fart fight you. Immediately after, a powerful stream of energy rushed out from another direction, forcefully pushing Yin Shui's ice sword shadow to the other side. Rumble! The powerful collision caused a deafening explosion. A skinny figure appeared in front of the ghost mother. This person was an old monster whose skin was peeling off. His eyebrows were so long that they reached his chest, and his old eyes faintly emitted a look that made people feel fear. This person was the oldest person in the ghastly ghost sect, a person who had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. He had lived for nearly 20,000 years, and his lifespan was almost exhausted. Miss, this person has reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and the ghastly demon heavenly cycle formation should be performed by him. You must not act out of loyalty. The 3 high-ranking holy emperors of the Myriad Sword Sect returned to Yin Shui's side, and one of them suggested to Yin Shui. Yin Shui's expression turned ugly. If she retreated, it would mean that she had lost the battle. Although she was acting on her own, she also represented the will of the Myriad Sword Sect, and this would leave a stain on the sect's reputation. Return Magic Guiding Lantern. Mother Een Ghost shouted again. The people of the allied forces who were hit by the magic guiding lantern began to walk towards the people of the ghastly ghost sect as if they had lost control. They had completely lost control, and could no longer control themselves. You Ro, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao yelled out in shock as he burst forth with all of his strength and bolted towards Feng Qingyuan. Euro Phase Static Mirror shone in the direction of Mother Een Ghost. Mother Een Ghost did not hesitate, and immediately used the magic guiding lantern to block in front of her, and the scarlet light was constantly emitted. Although the effects of the 2 divine weapons were different, they both had the power to cancel each other out. However, the light attribute would always be the nemesis of the dark attribute. The pure and boundless power was actually trying to purify the evil demonic nature of the magic guiding lantern, and the people who were controlled by the magic guiding lantern were given a chance to regain their clarity. They were able to cultivate to the strength of a saint, and each of them had astonishing willpower. They immediately took advantage of this opportunity to break free and regain their freedom. Damn it, old Holy Emperor Yu Ling, quickly use the heavenly cycle formation and kill them all. Mother Yin Ghost did not expect the other party to have a light attribute divine weapon that was not inferior to her magic guiding lantern. She shouted angrily, and her figure began to surge towards Euro Fei. At this moment she also saw Ling Xiao, and immediately screamed, "Little bastard, you actually have the guts to come to the fortress. Today, I will refine all of you into Yin demons." In the past, her clone's consciousness had descended on the Xianling continent twice, and she had seen Ling Xiao's face twice. Back then, Ling Xiao was merely a small heavenly venerable, and now, he had actually reached the peak of a mid-level saint. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was this kid must be eliminated. She had originally thought that once the hanging notice was released, someone would be able to take Ling Xiao's life. Unfortunately, she had missed the best opportunity. If she let it go now, the ghastly ghost sect would definitely be destroyed in the future. Beside Ling Xiao, Sha Tian and his spirit beast instantly attacked. Although Sha Tian had just reached the strength of a mid-level Holy Emperor, his true combat strength was definitely not inferior to any mid-level peak Holy Emperor. Coupled with his Tao of assassination, it was not a problem for him to hold off the newly advanced Mother Yin Ghost. Moreover, Euro Fei was using the still mirror to fight against the magic guiding lantern. With 2 against 1, it would not be easy for them to be defeated for the time being. Kill them all. Our myriad sword sect does not have any deserters. Yin Shui gritted her teeth and shouted with determination. Then, her ice palace attack rolled up a large area of ice light, and slashed towards Ghost. However, there was a large gap between her and Ghost's realm. Ghost dodged extremely quickly, and at the same time, 118 demons appeared in front of her at the same time. These Yin demons were all mid-level Holy Emperor strength, and they were the foundation of the ghastly ghost sect that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Today, I will let you taste the power of my Yin demon heavenly cycle formation. Ghost said coldly. These 118 demons, under the control of Ghost's consciousness, simultaneously split up according to the positions of the formation. At the same time, they attacked together, and streams of terrifying elemental power began to converge into a colorful killing formation that charged towards the allied forces. The terrifying energy that shot out immediately killed the saints nearby, and screams of agony rang out incessantly. Chapter 10:27. The Yinba Heavenly Cycle Formation was one of the top ancient formations. It was formed by 108 middle-ranked Holy Emperors Yinba. When they attacked at the same time, the power was enough to make the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sky fall and the earth crack. The weaker members of the alliance were immediately blasted into powder by the simultaneous attack of the Yinba. Many of the Holy Emperor's Holy Emperor were also severely injured. In an instant, cries of anguish spread across the world. Everyone, gather together and attack this heavenly cycle formation with me. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Yin Shui displayed her leader's temperament and shouted at the retreating alliance. At the same time, the Holy Emperor beside her also launched the most powerful attack at the Yinba Heavenly Cycle Formation. Yi Chengrong also shouted softly, "Everyone, don't panic. Attack with the myriad sword sect." Countless energies bombarded the Yinba Heavenly Cycle Formation from all directions. Layers of spatial energy kept collapsing, and everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was stirred up by these energies. It was as if this world could be destroyed at any time. The black demon, who was riding on the demonic dragon, had already retreated far away. He looked at the Yinba Heavenly Cycle Formation and could not help but sigh, as expected of one of the top killing formations. Let's have a good massacre. Then, he looked in another direction at Ling Xiao and murmured, "Kid, you destroyed the black demon sect, right? But that little foundation is nothing to me, the black demon. The holy item in the Ghost Mother's formation is mine. Once I step into the divine state, no one in this world will be my match." After saying that, He actually left on the demonic dragon, no longer participating in the battle. Instead, he directly returned to the Yin puppet sect's space base. Ling Xiao also looked in the direction of the black demon. His eyelids twitched a few times as he murmured, "Could that be the black demon? No wonder he didn't come out when we destroyed the black demon sect. He must have come to the heavenly fortress earlier." However, Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to the black demon. Instead, he was thinking of a way to break the heavenly cycle formation. Otherwise they would all die here. Not far from him, Yin Ghost Matriarch was fighting 1 against 2. Euro Fei and Sha Tian. The battle was extremely fierce. On the other side, Yin Shui led everyone to besiege and break the Yinba cycle formation. However, signs of defeat had already appeared. If they did not immediately retreat, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. This old witch is the pillar of the ghastly ghost sect. I must kill her first, then have Ro Fei use the stillness mirror to deal with the cycle formation. At that time, victory will be decided. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He decided to work together to deal with Mother Yin first. Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King. Previously, in this land filled with death qi, he did not let his protective spiritual beast come out at all. Now, it was the perfect time to put it to good use. "Xiao Jin, shoot that woman for me," Ling Xiao ordered. The Golden Wolf King's third eye immediately shot out a ball of golden light towards Yin Ghost Matriarch. However, Yin Ghost Matriarch was not an ordinary holy emperor, but a high-level holy emperor. Her reaction was extremely sharp. She used her hands to protect the magic guiding lamp and the other holy weapon, forcing Euro Fei and Sha Tian away and dodging the sneak attack of the golden light. The Golden Wolf King shot 3 more times in a row, but Yin Ghost Matriarch still dodged it. After all, the difference between the Golden Wolf King and Yin Ghost Matriarch was too great. "Damned little bastard, I said that I would refine you into a Yin demon, and now I will do it." Yin Ghost Matriarch shouted in shock. Her figure flashed, and the magic guiding lamp shot towards Ling Xiao. The speed at which the magic guiding lamp shone was not a joke. With Ling Xiao's strength at the peak of the middle-level saint, it was impossible for him to dodge it. Swoosh! Several beams of light shone on Ling Xiao's body, and a strange power instantly rushed towards his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's expression immediately became somewhat sluggish. Laugh! Euro Fei was extremely anxious. She shouted in shock, and her static mirror kept shining towards Yin Ghost Matriarch. Yin Ghost Matriarch's speed kept changing, and Euro Fei was unable to shine her light on her body. Yin Ghost Matriarch landed in front of Ling Xiao, and grabbed his body. She sneered, "This strong physique is really not bad. After I enjoy it for a while, I will make you obediently become my Yin demon." Yin Ghost Matriarch put her hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder, and wanted to pull Ling Xiao away from this place. However, the originally sluggish Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became sharp. Without any warning, his palm struck out towards Yin Ghost Matriarch's abdomen, and 2 balls of purple flames instantly burned on Yin Ghost Matriarch's body. Yin Ghost Matriarch's reaction was also extremely fast. She cried out in horror, and in an instant, she sent Ling Xiao flying. The speed at which the heavenly fire burned was extremely fast, but Yin Ghost Matriarch's speed of taking off her clothes was even faster. She directly shook off the clothes that were touched by the heavenly fire, so that her body was not burned by the flames. Her naked body appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Her pink neck, plump breasts, slender waist. All of them displayed a primitive temptation. However, this graceful body only appeared for a moment. Suddenly, the situation changed. That body that was full of youthful charm actually began to age. Wrinkles appeared on her delicate face, her pink neck became rough, and her breasts drooped and shrunk. It was as if a woman in her 20s had suddenly become an old woman in her 80s. She looked extremely ugly and disgusting. Blurg! Ling Xiao instantly felt his mouth turn upside down, and he couldn't help but vomit out the contents of his stomach. Just now, he clearly saw a beautiful jade body, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into this. This was simply too ridiculous. When Yin Ghost Matriarch saw Ling Xiao's appearance, she then looked at her own body, only to see that it was rapidly aging. "Damn it, I've become old again," she cried out in alarm. She took out a bottle of Spring of Life and poured it into her mouth. However, at this moment, a ball of white light shot towards her at an extremely fast speed. Her mind was already in chaos, so she didn't notice the light of the static mirror. She was directly illuminated by the white light, and her body was frozen in place. Sha Tian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. With a sweep of the sword light, Yin Ghost Matriarch, a dignified high-grade holy emperor, fell just like that. Ling Xiao took a few light breaths before he came back to his senses and said, "Take her magic guiding lamp and spatial ring, and immediately destroy her body. I'm afraid this queen will have nightmares for the next few days." On the other side of the battlefield, Spectre was using the Yin Demon Cycle formation to defeat all the allied forces. Meanwhile, the other members of the Yin Nightmare sect were responsible for intercepting and killing the allied forces. The allied forces had suffered heavy losses, and many people were already afraid. At this moment, a low-grade holy emperor from the Yin Nightmare sect controlled 3 Yin demons to capture Feng Qingyuan. "What a beautiful woman, let me have a taste first." The low-grade holy emperor laughed lewdly, and his palms actually went straight for Feng Qingyuan's full chest. Feng Qingyuan was extremely resentful, but she couldn't struggle. Tears of unwillingness welled up in her eyes, and she closed her eyes, allowing others to do as they pleased. The low-grade holy emperor was about to grab Feng Qingyuan's chest, but a sword light suddenly swept past. Ah! His arms immediately disappeared, and a pillar of blood instantly gushed out. It was Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei, and Sha Tian who rushed over, and the one who attacked was Sha Tian. Yuro Fei made her move as well. Her delicate fist contained a great amount of power as it blasted the Yin Qi away. Ling Xiao stabilized Feng Qingyuan's body and said, "Mistress, are you all right?" Feng Qingyuan opened her eyes and caressed her chest. "Fortunately you came in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'll leave this person to you. Sha Tian, you stay behind to protect Mistress. Ro Fei, let's go help them." Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste here, so he told Sha Tian to stay behind while he brought Yuro Fei to the other battlefield. Ling Xiao wanted to rush to the Yinba Heavenly Cycle, and along the way, he was attacked by a few waves of Yin Ghost sect people. However, these people were unable to withstand the power of Yuro Fei's static mirror. One by one, they were frozen in place and then killed by Ling Xiao. "Haha, didn't you want to destroy our Yin Ghost sect? Come, you really don't know what's good for you. I want all of you to die." The spirit in the formation let out a sinister laugh. He controlled the Yinba Heavenly Cycle to continuously move and attack. Many saints and holy emperor fell one after another, and blood splattered all over the world. Yi Huang, Qing Zhao. The other clans had suffered heavy losses, and the myriad sword sect had also lost nearly half of their holy emperor. This was enough to know how terrifying the Yinba Heavenly Cycle was. At this time, the majority of the Yinba Heavenly Cycle was attacking in Yin Shue's direction. Countless saber lights and sword shadows were like rolling giant stranglers, and wherever they passed, everything was blown to pieces. Yin Shui waved the Ice Palace sword with all her strength, and even with the help of a dozen holy emperor, she could not break the formation's defense. Instead, she was forced to retreat. If she did not have the help of 3 high-ranking holy emperors, she would have been killed by the several terrifying forces just now. "Miss, let's retreat. When we return to the sect, we will send people to destroy the Yin Ghost sect. It's not a good time to fight anymore." A high-ranking holy emperor beside Yin Shui advised. Yin Shui resisted with all her strength. She used various high-ranking martial arts skills, which were definitely comparable to the combat strength of a high-ranking holy emperor. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Her delicate face was pale, and it was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. She also wanted to retreat now, but she was unwilling to do so. After losing so many people, she was afraid that she would be punished by her father when she returned. However, she knew that if this continued, not only would she die, but the others would also die with her. Just as she was about to give the order to retreat, a scream came from not far away from her. Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei had already rushed over. "Uncle, let's help you," Ling Xiao shouted, and brought Yuro Fei to where Yin Shui was. "Let's go, this heavenly cycle formation is too terrifying. I'm afraid that without 20 high-ranking holy emperors attacking at the same time, we won't be able to destroy it." Yin Shui exclaimed to Ling Xiao. "No. Martial uncle, please help me break through the defense and send me into their formation." I will find a way to break this formation.
Ling Xiao said. That's impossible. Once we enter the formation, we will immediately be attacked. Even a high-ranking holy emperor will die.
Let's go.
Yin Shui shouted as she resisted the formation's attack. Chapter 10:28. Ling Xiao looked anxious as a purple flame appeared in his hand. This is heavenly fire. Once I enter their formation and burn their Yinba, everything will be solved. Ling Xiao explained.
You actually have heavenly fire.
Yin Shui exclaimed with a hint of fear. After a pause, she continued, but once you enter the formation, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. I'm not stupid enough to throw away my life. I have enough ability to protect myself. Quickly open a gap and send me in. Ling Xiao said anxiously. At this time, the spirit in the formation laughed and said, It seems like you all want to die here. Attack them. All the Yinba in the formation received the order, and the 108 middle stage Holy Emperor attacked Ling Xiao and Yin Shui at the same time. Terrifying power surged out at the same time, and the area within tens of thousands of miles was filled with violent energy. A semi-arc-shaped light curtain exploded. The expressions of the people nearby all changed. They tore open the space and fled as far as they could, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a little late. Ling Xiao, Yin Shui, and the others were no exception. If they did not avoid the attack, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. If only I had the sky-suppressing drum. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a damaged sky-suppressing drum appeared in Yin Shui's hand. Uncle Master, you retrieved the sky-suppressing drum?
Ling Xiao cried out in surprise.
I took it from someone, Yin Shui replied. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly kill the guy controlling the formation, and the formation will collapse on its own. Ling Xiao urged. This sky-suppressing drum doesn't have a blood test? Yin Shui asked in confusion. What blood test? It's broken, so it can't be done. Or perhaps it hasn't been recognized, Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, quickly, lock onto that person's aura and hit the sky-suppressing drum with all your strength. He's dead for sure. Just as Yin Shui was about to raise her hand, she smiled bitterly and said, He's hidden in the formation, and his aura is extremely chaotic. It's impossible to lock onto his existence. At this time, a new round of attacks from the formation arrived, and the terrifying power was truly frightening.
Let's go.
Euro Fei pulled Ling Xiao back again. You guys go first. If we don't break this formation, we won't be able to take down the ghastly Drake sect. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao finally decided to rely on himself to break the formation. He flung Euro Fei's arm away, and a silver shield appeared in one hand. He held his golden dragon spear in the other, and faced the terrifying power of the spell formation.
Don't go. You'll die.
Yin Shui cried out in alarm, and her figure rushed back again. Although Euro Fei gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes were filled with incomparable worry. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she decided to run again. She thought to herself, You must be fine or I'll die with you. The terrifying impact seemed to want to send Ling Xiao flying into the sky. However, the saint-grade shield in his hand stubbornly resisted most of the force. In the end, even the shield was blasted into pieces, and a lot of the remaining force directly hit him. Fortunately, his body was not much weaker than a high-grade saint-grade weapon, and he was able to withstand it. He swiftly descended from the sky, and the golden dragon spear in his other hand began to dance, deflecting even more of the force. In the middle of the heavenly cycle formation, a weak area appeared, and as the wave of attack stopped, the weak area became even more obvious. Ling Xiao exerted all his strength to the extreme, and his seriously injured body constantly healed. His whole body transformed into a peerless dragon, and he plunged into the formation. The golden dragon spear in his hand exerted the most overbearing move, and he finally forced his way in. However, falling into the midst of the 108 Yinba was not equivalent to breaking the formation. Spectre, who had been at the core of the formation all along, let out a sinister smile and said, Tisgaste, I didn't expect a beast man to be able to enter my formation. But so what? Isn't it a dead end? As his sneer fell,
Several Yinba near Ling Xiao changed their positions, and the saint-grade weapons in their hands attacked him at the same time. Although these were mid-grade Holy Emperor's Yinba, their real combat power was at the level of the most ordinary mid-grade Holy Emperor. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had increased a lot, it was not impossible for him to fight them with his full combat power. It was a pity that he had been seriously injured by those terrible forces just now. Although he had the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal himself, he had not recovered to his peak state. Naturally, he did not dare to fight these Yinba head-on. Relying on his speed, he repeatedly changed his position and dodged. At the same time, all the power in his body began to gather on his finger, and a terrible finger light burst out in an instant. The finger light then divided into 3, and shot towards the 3 nearby Yinba. A mere saint wants to destroy my Yinba? You really don't know what's good for you. Spectre sneered disdainfully. Rumble. The finger light directly bombarded the Yinba. Although it did not directly blast them to pieces, it left the heavenly fire on them, and the heavenly fire quickly burned their bodies to ashes. Ling Xiao attacked with all his strength, and his back was wide open, so he was directly attacked by the 2 Yinba at the same time. Bang! Ling Xiao was sent flying, and on the other side, the Yinba attacked him again. Ling Xiao endured the pain, put away the golden dragon spear, and blasted out a monstrous fist intent. 7th level, Purple Flame Divine Sun. Many fist shadows surged out, each with the power to destroy heaven and earth, like the sun falling from the sky. The power was close to the mid-level Holy Emperor's strong move. The fist force was exposed to the Yinba, and the heavenly fire burned again. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to drink a bottle of Spring of Life liquid to recover from his injuries. He began to swim in the formation like a pool of mud, constantly blasting out the extreme Yang fist force. Many of the Yinba were touched by the heavenly fire, and their bodies kept burning. Ghost, who was sitting in the eye of the formation, realized that things were not looking good. His heavenly cycle formation required the cooperation of 108 Yin demons to unleash its full power. Even if 1 or 2 Yin demons were missing, the power of the formation would immediately drop by a lot. But now, more than a dozen Yin demons had been burned by this kid's flames. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Ghost was furious, and instantly moved from the center of the formation, slapping at Ling Xiao. Martial uncle. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He knew that he couldn't avoid Ghost's strong move, so he had to exert all his strength and hit the palm print. Boom! Although Ling Xiao's invincible fist intent was powerful, his level was too low compared to Ghost's, and he couldn't break the palm at all. He was directly sent flying thousands of meters away by the powerful force. His internal organs were almost displaced, and a large amount of blood kept gushing out. With such a heavy injury, even someone with the ancient emperor's divine art would fall. But don't forget, there was another foreign object in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. A green warm energy began to flow out, not only protecting Ling Xiao's heart meridian, but also healing many of his injured parts. This was the healing effect of the immortal tree, which had reached the stage 9. The speed of recovery was many times faster than before. With the replenishment of these powers, Ling Xiao ran the ancient emperor divine skill again, completely recovering many of his injuries, but his strength didn't recover as quickly. Little bastard, I'm going to suck your blood and refine you into a corpse demon to avenge my Yinba. Ghost sensed that Ling Xiao was not dead, and he shouted again, rushing in the direction of Ling Xiao. At this time, Yin Shui, Euro Fei, and others, who had gone far away, had returned again. Just as Spectre was about to capture Ling Xiao, Yin Shui sensed Spectre's aura. She gathered all her power in her palm and slammed it down on the sky suppression drum. Dong! The power of the sky suppression drum, which was played by the intermediate Holy Emperor Yin Shui, was many times more powerful than Ling Xiao's. The Spectre's body shook uncontrollably, and a large amount of hideous blood seeped out from his skin. He looked extremely frightening. However, he was also powerful. After suffering such a strong blow, his body didn't directly explode, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Ghost endured the pain, took out the spring of life, and was about to drink it. At this moment, his state of mind was in a mess. He didn't know what kind of drum sound could hurt the body of a holy emperor at his peak. However, Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, didn't give him the chance to recover. The 3 divine finger split attacked again, and a finger radiance shot towards his throat. Boom! Ghost was seriously injured, and his reaction speed had fallen to the lowest point. He was close to Ling Xiao, so he didn't expect Ling Xiao to recover so quickly. He took a direct hit from Ling Xiao's finger, and his whole body flew far away. His neck was pierced, and the heavenly fire burned him to ashes. The controller of the Yinba formation, the Peak Holy Emperor, finally died under the heavenly might of Ling Xiao's finger. The Yinba lost control, and all of them were stunned on the spot, becoming puppets without any combat power. Get rid of them all! Ling Xiao shouted at Yin Shui, Euro Fei, and others. The 10 or so holy emperors who hadn't fled finally became excited again. They destroyed the Yinba, and at the same time, killed the people of the Yinba sect who had been watching the battle in the distance. The Yinba formation has disappeared, and the demonic guiding lamp has been taken by us. The Yinba sect is no longer a threat. Everyone, kill to your heart's content. Today is the day of the Yinba sect's destruction. Ling Xiao shouted. As his voice fell, the few people on the side of the Yinba sect became excited, and they began to kill the enemy with red eyes. Everyone retreat! The bald man was the most powerful person on the Yinba sect's side. Knowing that the Great Death was over, he could only give the order to escape. But this time he couldn't escape. A ray of light fell on him without warning. Then, the sword light flashed like a rainbow, and his head was immediately separated. Chapter 1029. Having lost the demonic guiding lantern and the Yinba heavenly cycle formation, the ghastly Drake sect was utterly defeated. Although there were not many people left in the Alliance army, it was the beginning of the war and everyone fought bravely. Without a leader, many of the ghastly Drake sect's people were defeated and scattered. Ling Xiao and the others charged in and attacked with the Ice Palace sword and Golden Dragon spear, completely destroying the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. Most of the ghastly Drake sect's people fled, but most of them were killed. The ghastly Drake sect was completely wiped out from the stronghold. The ghastly Drake sect became desolate. Corpses were strewn all over the place and blood flowed like a red river. Haha, the damned ghastly Drake sect is finally annihilated. I have avenged the sons of the Yi family. Yi Chungrong laughed with tears streaming down her cheeks. Many of the Yi family's elites had been captured by the ghastly Drake sect and refined into Yinba and corpse demons. Their bodies were even tortured after death. The accumulated hatred was naturally indescribable. That's right, the ghastly Drake sect is finally on their way. The sons of the Huang family can rest in peace in the underworld. Huang Mantang could not help but exclaim with tears in his eyes. Big brother, you were captured by the ghastly Drake sect back then. Today, I have avenged you. Rest in peace. Little sister, you have been avenged. Big brother's wish has been fulfilled. Next year, I will go to the heaven region and do what you could not do before. The Holy Emperor cried and shouted. Their loved ones had all been harmed by the ghastly Drake sect. Now that they had avenged, they could not help but cry out the pain in their hearts. Sigh, I wonder how many people the ghastly Drake sect has harmed. Feng Qingyuan could not help but sigh. Yin Shui said from the side, they were founded more than 100,000 years ago. From an unknown faction to being able to compete with many major factions, they relied on their methods of refining Yinba and corpse demons to incur the wrath of the heavens and the people. Today they have been eliminated, which is a great fortune for the stronghold. After pausing for a moment, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with admiration, it's all thanks to Ling Xiao that he was able to turn the tide. Otherwise, our men would have died in vain, and we wouldn't have been able to take down the ghastly Drake sect. When Ling Xiao resisted the ghastly Drake formation with his shield, she thought Ling Xiao would not be able to survive. One had to know that even a high-level Saint Emperor would be heavily injured if not killed by such a terrifying attack. However, Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the mid-level Saint stage, had managed to survive. Moreover, he was still able to fight his way into the heavenly cycle formation. This was simply unbelievable. You flatter me, martial uncle. If you hadn't used the sky-suppressing drum in time, I would have died. Back then, he had wanted to use the heavenly fire to disrupt the formation so that others could destroy it. However, he had also experienced a narrow escape from death. If not for the help of the immortal tree in his knowledge sea, he would have definitely died here. Every place in the ghastly Drake sect had been ransacked. Apart from the large number of special materials needed to refine Inba and corpse demons, the biggest harvest was the spatial rings in the hands of their dead people. Holy Master Ling, let's go. The ghastly Drake sect has been destroyed. Let's go back and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Chengrong came to Ling Xiao's side and said happily. Huang Mantang also echoed, that's right. Without Holy Master Ling's help, I'm afraid we would never have been able to take revenge. Elder Yi, Elder Huang, there's no need to say such polite words. I also have enmity with the ghastly Drake sect. We just have a common goal. However, there is still a need to celebrate, just not now. Ling Xiao said. After pausing for a moment he said, I still want to reminisce with my mistress and martial uncle. Elder Yi, Elder Huang, you two take your people back first. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang both wanted to rely on Ling Xiao to build a good relationship with the Myriad Sword Sect, but they also knew that this matter could not be rushed. As long as they had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, they believed that there would be a chance in the future. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang left the ghastly Drake sect with the rest of the people. Yin Shui glanced at Ling Xiao and asked, I heard from Sister Qing Yuan that you guys are going to the Heaven Domain? When the Heaven Connecting Formation opens this year, it will be time for us to go to the Heaven Domain. Does Martial Uncle want to go with us? Ling Xiao replied. Yin Shui shook her head and said, If I could go to the Heaven Domain, I would have gone long ago. What's wrong? Could it be that someone is restricting you? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. Yin Shui replied, The Heaven Domain is a place where supreme experts gather. It is indeed the best place to increase one's strength, but the dangers there are definitely not something that an ordinary person can handle. The slightest carelessness can lead to eternal damnation. That's why my father made me swear that I am not allowed to leave the stronghold until I reach the strength of a high-level holy emperor. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Heaven Domain with your master a long time ago. Pausing for a moment, she then said, I know that your strength is not ordinary, but I advise you to stay in the stronghold. It won't be too late to go to the Heaven Domain once your strength increases. Besides, with your status as a great Saint Master, you will definitely be respected by everyone in the stronghold. If you want any resources, someone will naturally give it to you. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he truly wanted to live a carefree life, then he wouldn't have to go through so many hardships to come to the Heaven Domain from the Xianling continent. He loved the hot-blooded battles and hoped to become the strongest martial artist he could be. His greatest goal was to reach the highest realm of martial arts, and the Heaven Domain was his heaven. Furthermore, his woman, Yun Mingqi, had most likely already been taken there. Regardless of whether or not his guess was correct, he had to go there. If he waited until he reached the high-level Holy Emperor before going to the Heaven Domain, then everything would have changed by then. He was still used to cultivating through battles. Only by experiencing all sorts of life and death battles would he be able to grow faster. Opportunities were often found in dangerous places. This was the way he wanted to live his life. Even if he were to die on the battlefield one day, he would die without regrets. Yin Shui didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, she suggested that Ling Xiao come to the Myriad Sword Sect as a guest. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse, so he agreed. However, before going to the Myriad Sword Sect, he had to make a trip to the Yi family city to bid farewell to Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others. He also had to fulfill his promise to refine pills for those who participated in the extermination of the ghastly Python sect. Even though most of them died, there were still a few who survived. He still had to refine pills for them. He had to keep his word. Yin Shui handed the sky suppression drum back to Ling Xiao after she finished explaining everything to him. Of course, the drum of suppression is an ancient divine weapon. It's a pity that it's damaged, but it's enough for you to threaten all the peak experts below the Holy Emperor rank. However, it's impossible to face a divine king. Unless you can repair its damaged parts and find the drum of suppression, then you'll be able to unleash its true power. Even gods and demons will tremble before it. Yin Shui said seriously before leaving with her people. Feng Qingyuan also temporarily followed her to the Myriad Sword Sect to wait for Ling Xiao. Only Euro Fei and Sha Tian stayed by Ling Xiao's side. After this battle, Euro Fei and Sha Tian suffered quite a lot of injuries. Ling Xiao let them recuperate in the medicine cauldron and summoned Xianxia. Huckster, hurry up and find out where the Mother Array is. Ling Xiao said impatiently. He sent everyone away one by one, but he stayed behind because he had other plans. Even though the ghastly python sect was destroyed, the top-notch mother formation had yet to appear. It was a demonic formation that specialized in absorbing life essence, so there would definitely be a large amount of spring liquid inside. Xianxia observed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. The Yin energy here is unusually dense. It's the best place to nurture corpses. No wonder the ghastly python sect was built here. Stop talking nonsense and quickly find the mother formation. If someone returns, we'll have to deal with those troublesome matters again. Ling Xiao urged. Let's split up and look for any special places first. I can't find the mother formation in a short time. If it's not built here, then we'll have wasted our efforts. Xianxia said. Before attacking the ghastly python sect, those guys had already searched this place. They took away all the good stuff, but they didn't find the mother formation. I'm sure it's still intact. Ling Xiao pulled Xianxia and said. So many Holy Emperor didn't find the mother formation. How can I find it? I think the mother formation might not be built here. Xianxia spread out his hands and said. No way, is it going to be built elsewhere? Ling Xiao's expression instantly turned gloomy. It's hard to say, but let's look first. There are some top-notch formations that even the Holy Emperor can't find. It's not surprising. Xianxia replied. Then, he began to fly slowly in the ghastly python sect's territory to observe. After flying in a big circle, he didn't find anything. Then, he reluctantly flew to a height of 10,000 meters. His hands kept forming some hand seals. Finally, he put his left and right fingers together and covered his eyes. He shouted, "Open my heavenly eye." When he moved his fingers away from his eyes, 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. He used his eye technique to look down seriously. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Creation is yin and yang. In a place of extreme yin, there must be something opposite. Could it be in the southeast corner? Then, he quickly flew in a direction. Ling Xiao thought that Xianxia had found something, so he also flew in that direction. Not long after, a stone room appeared before the two of them. The stone door of the stone room had already been smashed by someone, revealing a messy pile of junk inside. You don't think the mother formation is here, do you? Ling Xiao said with slight disappointment. Xianxia ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he used his heavenly eye to observe the stone room. What a terrifying killing formation. Once you enter, you'll definitely die. Xianxia said with an extremely solemn expression. A few drops of cold sweat quietly slid down his face. Ling Xiao's expression was one of astonishment. Then, his green eyes began to shoot out beams of light. This is actually a small illusion restriction. Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Then he said, I didn't expect that after cultivating the Brahma myriad laws, I couldn't even think of this. Damn it! Chapter 10:30. At first glance, the stone room in front of them looked very ordinary, like a place where someone from the ghastly puppet sect rested. The space inside was clear and there was nothing special about it. It was precisely because of this that everyone who came here only took a glance and then no longer paid attention to it. However, under the observation of Xianxiao's heavenly eye and Ling Xiao's green eye, this stone room was no longer ordinary. This was because the opposite wall of the stone room was no longer a wall. Instead, it was the entrance to a secret room. There was another huge iron gate there. The iron gate was engraved with the images of several ancient beasts. They looked extremely sinister and frightening. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. The mother formation must be here, fraud, let's go in. Xianxia quickly caught Ling Xiao's hand and said, Don't worry, the ghost mother demon child formation is not an easy formation to break. In front of this kind of top-notch formation, there will definitely be a fierce formation protecting it. Once you break in, you will most likely die. Then what should we do? There must be treasures inside. We can't miss it. Ling Xiao whispered. Don't worry, as long as we find the formation, there must be a way to break it. However, if we break the formation here, we might attract attention. This is not easy. Xianxia said with a troubled expression. That's easy. Ling Xiao replied,
then summoned Eurofei and Sha Tian and said, "Guard one side each, don't let anyone come near. I will set up a few illusions. No one will be able to find this place." After saying that, he flew far away and set up illusions to prevent others from approaching. A day later, Ling Xiao returned to the stone room and found that Xianxia was also fiddling with something. He said with a puzzled expression, "What is fraud doing? Quickly go in and break the formation. Go in if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Xianxia said impatiently, paused for a moment, and then said, "I will first create a small attack formation to break the iron door and see what kind of killing formation is waiting for us inside." With that, he pulled Ling Xiao and retreated. Then, with a flick of his finger, 2 upper 7th grade beast cores fell into the eye of the formation he had inscribed. Formation, rise. Xianxia put 2 fingers together on his right hand and made a hand gesture. A wave of energy guided the small formation in front of him and activated it. Suddenly, a ball of elemental light erupted from the formation, and then the energy within it which could even kill saints surged. Go! Xianxia pushed both of his palms forward. The power in his hands and the rising power rushed towards the metal door. Rumble! Cries of alarm rang out incessantly. The stone chamber was blasted into smithereens, but the iron door did not budge at all. "Hey, fraud, what's the use of your formation?" "It's better for me to attack from afar," Ling Xiao said. "Let's wait and see. There will definitely be a surprise," Xianxia said calmly. His hands kept making complicated hand seals, as if he was controlling something. The array formation in front of him actually changed again. Streams of elemental energy turned into tentacles that surged towards the iron gate. These energies were no longer attacking the iron door. Instead, they were like invisible hands that directly penetrated the iron door and sank into it. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped when he saw this. He was in disbelief. "Fraud, what formation is this?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's called a scout formation," Xianxia said proudly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a series of explosions came from behind the iron door. The iron door was blown away. Terrifying energy rushed out from behind the iron door. Ling Xiao pulled Xianxia and retreated quickly. When everything calmed down, the scene behind the iron door was finally revealed. The place was filled with coded lights, and each light contained an inexplicable cold killing intent. "Hiss, it's a killing formation." Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. "What kind of formation is this? Is it scary?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "It's more than scary. This is a 10,000 absolute killing formation that can kill even the Holy Emperor at will. This is a top-notch killing formation. I didn't expect someone from the Een puppet sect to be able to set up such a killing formation. I'm afraid there will be a heaven-shaking treasure behind this 10,000 absolute killing formation," Xianxia said. Ling Xiao revealed a greedy expression and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly break this formation and get the treasure." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "This 10,000 absolute killing formation is not easy to break. With my current strength, I can't do it." Ling Xiao panicked. He grabbed Xianxiao's hand and said, "It can't be. Fraud, you can't give up. You can't let go of the good stuff behind. This is one of the top-notch formations. Any ray of light inside contains a fatal killing power. It's an absolute killing formation. Other than forcefully breaking it, there's no other way," Xianxia said. After pausing for a moment he continued, "However, without a dozen high-level Holy Emperor attacking at the same time, I'm afraid we won't be able to break this kind of killing formation." "So powerful!" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Then he said, "That's not right. Since this killing formation can't be broken, then how did the people from the Een puppet sect get inside? I think there should be a transmission formation that can directly enter." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Palace Master's brain is really good. That's right. Normally, when engraving this kind of formation, there would be no lack of transmission formations. It's just that this transmission formation won't be easy to find. I wonder where it will be hidden." "Fraud, I know you must have a way, right?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to follow Xianxiao's lead. The Een puppet sect's territory was very vast. It would not be easy to find a small transmission formation. "I'm afraid of you. Let's split up and search."
Where there is a transmission formation, there will inevitably be formation patterns. I believe it won't be too difficult to find it. Xianxia said and began to look for a transmission formation in another direction. Ling Xiao also hurriedly looked for another direction. After searching for a long time, Ling Xiao did not find anything. In the end, he thought about it from another perspective. That should be where the old witch is. I believe that other than her, no one else can casually enter and exit. That transmission formation should be where she often enters and exits. It's a pity that the battle was too intense and I did not absorb the old witch's remnant soul. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the location of the transmission formation from her memories. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to search between the various mountain peaks for places suitable for women to live in. With the Yin Ghost Mother's beautiful personality and her high position in the Yin puppet sect, the place where she usually lived was definitely not inferior to the main peak's hall. Ling Xiao's gaze fixed on a mountain peak. Although this mountain was not as majestic as the main peaks, it was exuberant in vitality and lacked a lot of death energy. Moreover, the environment was especially elegant and beautiful. A waterfall hung upside down, and the impact of the water stirred up waves. The artistic conception was especially beautiful. Ling Xiao landed in front of the waterfall and saw a few pieces of women's underwear hanging on the edge. He thought to himself, "This must be it." Ling Xiao walked around in a circle, but did not find anything. Finally, his gaze fell on the waterfall. His green pupils activated, and he saw that there was indeed a cave behind the waterfall. He was immediately overjoyed. Finally found it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to plunge into the cave behind the waterfall, a black shadow quickly scuttled out from inside. "Is there someone from the Yin puppet sect left behind?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He flew over and prepared to stop the black shadow from escaping. "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you little bastard. Just in time to kill you and avenge the black demon sect." The black shadow laughed loudly. Then, a terrible force blasted toward Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did not have time to react, and was directly sent flying by the other party. Ling Xiao was not prepared. The meridians and blood in his body were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After he stabilized his body, he looked at the person and exclaimed, "It's you, Hamo." Hamo looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to only spit out a mouthful of blood after taking a hit from him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to survive. "You still remember me?" "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect a little bastard like you to advance so quickly. You can actually pass through the spatial barrier and come to the stronghold. However, this is as far as you go. Today I'll kill you," the Hamo said coldly. His figure flashed again, attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He used all his strength to avoid the peak and wait for Euro Fei and Sha Tian to rush over. However, the Hamo was faster than him. His attack was even more ruthless, and he directly punched him in the chest. Ling Xiao was sent flying again, and blood sprayed all over the sky. The Hamo sneered. "What a strong body. You actually took 2 of my moves and are fine. I wonder if you can withstand my heavenly demon staff." A top-grade sacred weapon, the heavenly demon staff, appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. Murderous intent surged, and the staff was merciless. The ferocious and sharp staff teeth were like the fangs of a ferocious beast, and they wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Although Ling Xiao could not dodge, it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight back. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and he used all his strength to meet the heavenly demon staff. Boom! Once again, Ling Xiao was thrown far away. The Hamo was unforgiving. The image of the heavenly demon condensed behind him, and a strong murderous aura gathered on the heavenly demon staff. "Die, little bastard!" The Hamo roared in shock, and the heavenly demon staff ruthlessly smashed onto Ling Xiao's body. Countless staff shadows fell like raindrops, trying to beat Ling Xiao into a meat patty. Although Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a high-grade sacred weapon, his body was deformed under the full force of the Hamo, a mid-grade holy emperor who could fight above his level. Golden blood continuously seeped out, and even the bones inside could be seen. Ling Xiao let out a series of blood-curdling screams, which made one's hair stand on end. "Stop! I'm going to kill you!" A furious shout came from afar, and a dazzling white light shot over. The Hamo had no choice but to withdraw his attack, and his figure flashed as he dodged the white light. At the same time, a strange figure shuttled out from the void, and a sword beam descended from the sky, directly attacking the back of the Hamo's head. The strange killing sword, the cold sure kill move, it was impossible to defend against. Chapter 1031. Sha Tian's attack, which had merged with heaven and earth, was simply invulnerable. He cultivated the Tao of assassination, so his aura was concealed so that it was difficult for others to detect him. When he attacked, it was definitely a thunderous attack. Even a high-level opponent would not be able to dodge it easily. Black Demon and Sha Tian were of the same level. Black Demon first dodged Eurofei's still mirror, but it was already too late by the time he realized that something was wrong behind him. Shaishan's long sword stabbed right into his back. However, the long sword did not penetrate Black Demon's body. Instead, it made a crisp, ding sound. Black Demon's clothes were pierced through, revealing a black armor underneath. Sha Tian knew that his assassination had failed. He suddenly turned his sword and slashed at the back of Black Demon's head. Black Demon lowered his body and smashed the heavenly demon staff at Sha Tian. After the two of them clashed, Sha Tian was forced back more than 10 meters, while Black Demon only moved a few meters forward. It was obvious that Sha Tian was inferior to Black Demon. Even so, Sha Tian would not retreat. Sword chi that was one with heaven and man kept enveloping Black Demon, and the surrounding space was torn apart by the sword chi that was 1,000 meters long. Black Demon was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. He waved the heavenly demon staff, and with a strong corrosive force, he destroyed all of Sha Tian's sword chi. The two of them fought fiercely, and all kinds of spirit beasts were summoned. Eurofei came to Ling Xiao's side and found that Ling Xiao was covered in wounds. His skin, flesh, bones, and organs were almost completely rotten. These wounds were like wounds on her body, and her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she took out a pill and the spring of life and fed them to Ling Xiao. She said, "Xiao, you must be okay, or else I will die with you." Eurofei and Ling Xiao had been together for a few years. They didn't have much of a relationship that would last forever, but they did have that kind of ordinary love that seemed real and helped each other in times of need. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, she felt like dying. If it was anyone else in such a miserable state, they would probably be doomed. Fortunately, this person was Ling Xiao. Since his head was not smashed, the tree of immortality still existed in his sea of consciousness, providing him with an endless supply of life force. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt that his situation was unprecedentedly bad. The pain was simply indescribable, almost making him feel as if he had half a foot in hell. If it wasn't for Eurofei and Sha Tian's timely arrival, he really wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival. The power of this Black Demon was simply too terrifying, and the power of the heavenly devil's stick was not inferior to his golden dragon spear at all. Even with his physical body, he would not be able to withstand it. Right now, he was powerless, and the ancient emperor's divine technique could not be used. He could only rely on the energy of the tree of immortality to recover. Now that Eurofei had stuffed pills and the spring of life into his mouth, Ling Xiao felt much better. He said with difficulty, Don't worry about me. Go help Sha Tian kill him." "But what about you?" Eurofei was worried about Ling Xiao. "I'm fine, go quickly," Ling Xiao said again, then closed his eyes to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Eurofei hesitated for a moment then said, "Then you must hold on, I don't want you to die." After saying that, her figure flashed, and she flew towards Sha Tian and the Black Demon. Her killing intent was awe-inspiring, and a majestic aura burst forth like an avalanche. A white elephant trumpeted, and it soared into the sky towards the two holy beasts who were fighting. Every time it took a step, it would produce a heavy vibration. Eurofei couldn't use the static mirror, because the two of them were moving too fast, and it was impossible to capture them. She was also afraid that it would accidentally hit Sha Tian. She could only forcefully intervene, and join forces with Sha Tian to deal with the Black Demon. "You dare to hurt my husband, I will take your life," Eurofei shouted angrily, and the dragon form divine technique mercilessly struck out. Yu Rou-Fei looked like a delicate girl, but the dragon form divine art was an extremely domineering high-level mystical skill. Every move and every style of it had the power to shake the heavens and earth. The black demon took strange steps, and continuously dodged Sha Tian and Yu Rou-Fei's attacks. He laughed coldly. "Today, I will play with you too, and see how much I have improved over the years." After saying that, the aura around his body burst forth, and an ancient ferocious demon holding the heavenly demon staff appeared behind him. Its malevolent face caused people to feel fear, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it. When Sha Tian and Yu Rou-Fei saw the shadow of the heavenly demon, they felt that it was incomparably ferocious, and it was hard to resist it. Moreover, their own strength was actually suppressed, as if the intermediate Holy Emperor's cultivation had been suppressed to the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. Both of their battle strength had actually dropped by a level. "Not good, quickly attack. We can't let him accumulate his strength." Sha Tian shouted, and he circulated all his strength, and became one with his sword. He stabbed out countless sword rays at the black demon, and each ray contained the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Yu Rou-Fei also did not dare to hesitate, and she attacked with the still mirror again, hoping to stop the black demon first. Unfortunately, the black demon already knew how terrifying this mirror was. His body turned into a demonic shadow, and his speed was extremely fast, and he attacked with the heavenly demon staff again. Demon descends. An ancient ferocious demon descended, and he swept across the world with the heavenly demon staff. Every strike of the staff contained the power of a thunderbolt, and any spatial power was turned into nothingness by this staff. That terrifying power was not something that an ordinary intermediate Holy Emperor could display. Sha Tian and Yu Rou-Fei defended with all their might, but the power of the Black Devil's attack was truly terrifying. Both of them were suppressed in terms of their cultivation level, so they couldn't even unleash a third of their usual power. Bang bang! The two of them were sent flying far away, and they vomited blood. They were seriously injured. However, the two of them were not to be trifled with. They immediately took out pills and consumed them, and once again organized their attacks, and they used their most powerful killing moves. Sly Sword. Hidden Sword in the Abyss. Dragon Elephant Divine Art. Dragon Elephant's Angry Roar. A sword was hidden in the void, and from a strange and unpredictable place, it silently attacked the black demon's vitals. The other dragon elephant image seemed to be provoked, and it went berserk. The huge dragon roared for thousands of miles, and the dragon's body stirred up the wind and clouds, and the huge elephant shook the heaven and earth. The power that was displayed together seemed to want to destroy everything before it was satisfied. "You have some ability, but if you want to deal with me, the black demon, it is not enough." The black demon laughed coldly, and his body danced again, and the heavenly demon staff's baleful aura kept overflowing. Chaos Demon devours the heavens. Several heavenly demons appeared, and they seemed to want to swallow the heaven and earth alive. The heavenly demon staff danced wildly, wanting to destroy the heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. Sword chi flew everywhere, and the dragon elephant danced. The heavenly demons showed their might, and the heaven and earth were destroyed. Between the heaven and earth, many mountain peaks were destroyed, and bottomless pits appeared. The battle was very intense. Xianxia already knew that there was a battle here, but he was only a mystic the arch, so how could he join the battle? When he came near, he saw Ling Xiao, who was healing, and quickly carried him far away. The heavenly demons have appeared. Fortunately, the palace lord is an undying cockroach, and his fate is not dead yet. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Ling Xiao was healing, and when he heard Xianxiao's words, he almost vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Now the broken wounds on his body were gradually healing, and the dark attribute corrosive power did not cause much damage to Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had the innate Yin Wind Pearl in his sea of consciousness, which could absorb the corrosive power. This time, the most injured parts were his bones and internal organs, and with his current recovery speed, he still felt that it was not enough. Fortunately, the immortal tree was still his life-saving trump card, and the ancient sovereign divine art had the magical recovery effect, or else Ling Xiao would be dead. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, Ling Xiao's condition was getting better. "Fraud, let me come down," Ling Xiao said with a weak breath. Xianxia did as Ling Xiao said, and Ling Xiao took out a lot of spring liquid of life and drank it. The ancient sovereign divine art circulated quickly, and his injuries recovered quickly. However, he had only recovered 30% of his strength, and he could only deal with martial artists of the mystic the arch realm at most, and it would be hard for him to survive against saints. Ling Xiao looked at the battle in the distance, and his brows were knitted tightly. He hesitated for a moment, and a fire-colored elixir appeared in his hand. Bursts of strong elixir fragrance wafted out, and it also contained some explosive factors. Palace Master, it's better to let them retreat. The heavenly demon has descended, and his battle prowess is definitely not to be underestimated. He has already matured, and I'm afraid there aren't many sacred emperors who want to kill him. It's too late to retreat now. You stay here and don't move, and don't even release your aura. Wait for me to kill this dog's *T heavenly demon. Ling Xiao said and threw the elixir in his hand into his mouth, and the lion-tiger beast immediately appeared beside him. Ling Xiao's aura actually exploded at this moment, and he flipped on the lion-tiger beast, with a heaven-suppressing drum already in his hand. Palace Lord Yu. Xianxia wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast were already 10,000 meters away. I hope I can kill this fellow to prevent any more trouble, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, his strength actually continued to soar, and in a short while, he reached the peak of his original strength, and in the blink of an eye, he actually reached the strength of a high-tier saint. Ling Xiao did not break through to the strength of a high-tier saint, but that elixir of his temporarily allowed him to reach this level. However, this elixir could only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, his cultivation level would directly drop to the cultivation level of the mystic the arch, and he would not be able to display the strength of a saint for a month. This elixir was an 8th grade small saint elixir, a pseudo-saint elixir, which could temporarily increase one's strength by 1 level. This was a backup elixir that Ling Xiao had previously refined in his spare time. After all, no one knew when they would meet a ruthless opponent, and this was also a precaution, so that he could have one more life-saving trump card. After increasing his strength by 1 level, Ling Xiao's battle strength increased by 10 times, and his battle strength was close to the peak of a low-tier holy emperor. Even if he fought against a normal mid-tier holy emperor, he would not be easily defeated. However, it was impossible for him to directly fight against the Black Devil with this kind of strength, so he could only rely on the heaven-suppressing drum. At this time, Sha Tian and Euro Fei had already been seriously injured by the Black Devil, and it was difficult for them to resist. Next, the Black Devil could kill anyone one by one. Chapter 1032. Both of you are considered powerful existences at the same level, but when you meet me, Black Demon, the only path left for you is death. Black Demon laughed maniacally, wanting to kill Sha Tian first. However, just as he was about to attack, he seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. What's going on? This kid is actually still alive? Black Demon looked at Ling Xiao, who had rushed over on his lion-tiger beast, with a face full of shock. Ling Xiao had been beaten into a meat patty by him. Even the Holy Emperor would not be able to survive. Unexpectedly, in just an hour, not only did he not die, his injuries seemed to have healed, and his strength had directly increased to that of a high-level saint. This was truly shocking. It must be the final radiance of a setting sun. Black Demon narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. In his eyes, even if Ling Xiao had reached the strength of the Holy Emperor, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao was 10,000 meters away from Black Demon when he muttered, "Black Demon, you traitor who betrayed your master and killed your father, today is the day you die." Betraying one's master and killing one's father. These words were like a demonic sound that echoed in Black Demon's ears. It was so ear-piercing and uncomfortable that his blood and chi couldn't help but churn. Some scenes unconsciously appeared in his mind. When he was young, he was almost drowned in a pig cage. An imposing figure descended from the heavens and saved him. He taught him martial arts, taught him how to grow independently, and taught him how to kill, set fire, and rob for the first time. As that person taught him more and more, his heart became more and more hateful, his ambition grew, and his rebellious mentality became stronger and stronger. In the end, he couldn't help but swing the knife of betrayal at that person and chase that person away. Then, he naturally sat on that person's seat. Not many people knew about this, even in the sect, and no one dared to mention it in front of him. He had already forgotten about this matter the earliest. He didn't regret it, nor did he feel guilty about it. However, if someone mentioned it in front of him, it would be a complete slap to his face. How could he take it? Mad Tooth must have told you. But do you have the ability to kill me? Let me send the three of you on your way first. Black Demon said with a cold expression. Immediately after, he rushed towards Ling Xiao. He planned to kill this annoying brat first. However, before he could reach Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to concentrate all his strength on his palm and hit the sky suppression drum. Dong! Tathagata was like the bugle horn on the ancient battlefield, and like the morning bell of the drum tomb in the deep mountains and old forests, so loud and melodious. Instantly, Black Demon felt his blood and organs churning. Blood seeped out from his 7 orifices. He looked extremely frightening. Go to hell! Ling Xiao roared and once again raised his hand to hit the sky suppression drum. However, when his palm landed on the sky suppression drum, he suddenly lost the aura of Black Demon. Brat, you actually have such a trump card, but you can go to hell now. Black Demon had already rushed behind Ling Xiao and hit Ling Xiao with his palm. Bang! Ling Xiao immediately fell to the ground like a cannonball. Just as Black Demon was about to give chase again, Fei had already consumed the Spring of Life and recovered much of her strength. She shone the static mirror at Black Demon. The continuous light forced Black Demon to be unable to kill Ling Xiao instantly. Ling Xiao got up from the ground, locked onto Black Demon's aura, and hit the sky suppression drum again. Dong! Ah! Black Demon let out a blood-curdling scream. He didn't explode, but more blood seeped out from his skin. Black Demon, will remember this. Don't offend me in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Black Demon left behind these harsh words and summoned back the demon dragon, who was still fighting. The man and beast quickly left the space. Who's afraid of you, you traitor? If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Ling. Ling Xiao shouted as he chased after Black Demon with the sky suppression drum in his arms. However, after flying for only 1,000 meters, his body fell heavily to the ground. It turned out that he had just received Black Demon's all-out attack and had used all his strength on the sky suppression drum. His body could no longer bear the weight. Smile! Fei cried out and dragged her heavily injured body to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly and said, I'm fine. I won't die for now. Go over and take a look at Sha Tian. Then, he took out the Spring of Life and drank it. With Black Demon gone, Ling Xiao and the others barely survived. Xianxia's divination had come true. It was a bad omen that he had encountered the Yin Demon and the Heavenly Demon. It had almost cost him his life. 2 hours passed. Ling Xiao's body was in so much pain that he couldn't stop the pain. Even elixirs couldn't stop the pain. Fei, who was watching from the side, was extremely worried. She couldn't wait to suffer in place of Ling Xiao. This was what happened to Ling Xiao after he consumed the pseudo-sage pill. His strength dropped from a high-level saint to a mystic the Arch. Moreover, it was the weakest mystic the Arch. It would be difficult for him to fight for a month. Consuming elixirs that could increase one's strength rapidly would usually cause great harm to a martial artist's foundation. Fortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't used the innate sinister wind pearl's power to break through to the high-level saint level. The compressed power allowed Ling Xiao to counteract the side effects, so his foundation wasn't affected at all. Phew, it's really killing me. It's better to use it less in the future unless it's a matter of life and death. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He collapsed on Fei's soft thighs and closed his eyes to rest. Fei and Sha Tian also took the opportunity to recover from their injuries. Only Xianxia scuttled behind the waterfall and entered the cave to see if it was the location of the transmission formation. There were formation patterns in the cave, but they had been completely destroyed by someone. Even the card slots for the beast cores had been destroyed. There were also a few bodies of Yin demons and corpse demons in the cave formation that had been destroyed. Xianxia sighed. It seems that there's no way to enter the mother formation. Moreover, the Black Demon came out from here. He might have already taken away the sacred object. 7 days later, Ling Xiao and the others had left the Yin Demon sect's territory. However, They didn't really leave. They just stayed away for a while to recuperate from their injuries. During these days, many people from various forces kept appearing in the vicinity. They were all trying to find out if the Yin demon sect had really been destroyed. When they saw the desolate area, they could finally be sure that the Yin demon sect had truly disappeared from the fort. Many people wanted to pick up the leftovers and see if there were any good things in the Yin demon sect that hadn't been discovered. Unfortunately, they couldn't get anything good from the Yin demon sect no matter how much effort they put in. During this month, many people came to the Yin demon sect to investigate. In the end, after they confirmed the results, people gradually stopped coming. Ling Xiao finally recovered his original strength. They were still in the mountain ridge not far from the ghastly puppet sect, because Ling Xiao would not give up until he entered the Mother Ghost formation. Fraud. You've been pondering for a month. Have you found a way to break the 10,000 slaughter formation? Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "This is a top-notch killing formation. There's no way to solve it except to destroy it directly." Then you can't repair the transmission formation in the cave? Ling Xiao asked again. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "It's already destroyed to that extent. How can I repair it?" Ling Xiao said, "It seems that you don't have any real ability except for swindling people." Xianxia rolled his eyes and was speechless from anger. He said in a stifled tone, "Go and break it yourself if you can." "What if I break them? What are you going to do?" Ling Xiao said with a malicious smile. "Impossible." Xianxia replied with absolute certainty. The 10,000 slaughter formation was a peerless and ferocious formation. It could only be broken if many peerless experts worked together to completely destroy it. However, if that was the case, even the Mother Ghost formation would be destroyed. Whatever sacred object was inside would also be turned into powder. Xianxia was knowledgeable and had studied more than 1,000 formations of various sizes. He knew these formations like the back of his hand. It was impossible to break such an ominous formation, so he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really do it. Haha, if I say it's possible, then it's possible. If you lose, how about you wash my underwear for a month? Ling Xiao said with a confident smile. Xianxiao's face instantly fell. The palace master's suggestion was too bad. Why wouldn't I dare to see it? Ling Xiao asked again. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I'll see it. If I win, you must refine a few pills to increase my strength. It's best if I can reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible." He felt that he would definitely win, but he always felt that Ling Xiao could do something unexpected. "No problem. I'll refine it for you for free. Let's go and break that whatever formation." Ling Xiao said with a somewhat high-spirited look. "I'd like to see how you do it." Xianxia said with some anger. Then, the four of them rushed to the ghastly Drake sect's territory again. No one came here anymore. After all, there was still a lot of death chi here. It was really not suitable for anyone to cultivate or stay for long. The four of them arrived in front of the stone room. It was the same as before. "Shatian, take good care of Xianxia. The rest of you stay away. I'm going to break the formation." Ling Xiao stopped playing around and said very seriously. Xianxia said, "Palace Master, don't take risks. Maybe all the things inside have been taken by Black Demon. Don't let the gains outweigh the losses." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I don't go in and take a look, I won't feel at ease." Ling Xiao replied. Then, the spatial ring on his finger turned into a medicine cauldron. "Go." Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly smashed the obsidian cauldron into the passage where the formation was laid. Rumble! The terrifying energy rays instantly circulated, emitting a terrifying might that could destroy anything in its path. Ling Xiao and the others were shocked by the power of this 10,000 slaughter formation and quickly retreated far away. Chapter 1033. The stone room exploded, and the small illusion restriction was no longer there. Only the entrance of the passage was still bursting with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Beams of energy constantly bombarded the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao, Xianxia, Euro Fei, and Sha Tian had already retreated 10,000 meters away, but they could still feel the throbbing of the cauldron. Palace Lord, don't tell me that you can break the 10,000 slaughter formation just like this?
Xianxia asked.
Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, I can break it like this, and wait until it runs out of energy, then won't it be easy to solve it?
I have to say that Palace Lord's method is very ingenious. Any formation needs the energy of a beast core to maintain, but you should know that this top-notch killing formation uses the beast core of a level 9 holy beast as its foundation. I don't know how long it will take to exhaust its energy. I'm afraid that many people will discover the existence of this place, and it will be impossible for us to monopolize the things inside.
Xianxia said. Xianxia was naturally more familiar with formations than Ling Xiao, but he was a true formation master. Although he felt that Ling Xiao's method was not bad, it was very inappropriate. It was unknown how many years it would take to exhaust the energy of this formation.
Is that so? Then I want to see how long it can last.
Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. He smiled faintly and spread his palms in the direction of the cauldron, and then shouted, "Transform!" Ling Xiao's perception was focused on the cauldron, and as soon as he gave the order, the half-meter-tall cauldron immediately swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a house, and the attacking power of the killing formation became even greater. However, the cauldron didn't stop because of this, and its volume continued to expand until it finally burst the entrance of the passage. The power of the restriction couldn't stop the transformation of the cauldron, and the power of the killing formation bombarded the cauldron, but it didn't cause any damage to it. One must know that the cauldron was a genuine divine tool, and although it wasn't an offensive weapon, it was definitely the hardest weapon in the world. It couldn't be destroyed by ordinary force, even if it was a level 9 killing formation.
Boom, boom, boom.
Countless beams of energy slammed into the cauldron, each attack containing the full power of a holy emperor. Even a holy emperor at the peak of his power would die inside. However, in front of a true divine cauldron, these energies were like decorative balls of light that were completely useless. The cauldron was covered in layers of fiery halos that directly isolated these energies. Seeing this, Xianxiao's eyes became incomparably shocked. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems like I'm going to lose. Ling Xiao had only thought of this solution during his 1 month of recuperation. The principle was the same as when he broke through the 9th layer of the space barrier. If the endless sea of lightning could not destroy the sacred cauldron, then the power of the 10,000 slaughter formation naturally did not have the ability to do so. That was why Ling Xiao decided to take a gamble. As long as the divine cauldron became infinitely large, the 10,000 slaughter array would explode. Rumble! Sure enough, an earth-shattering power exploded, and a mushroom-shaped ball of air flew into the air. Ling Xiao immediately ordered, "Ro Fei, Sha Tian, immediately spread out your aura. You must not let anyone come over." Ro Fei and Sha Tian immediately split into 2 directions, guarding their positions to prevent the commotion from just now from attracting others. "Fraud, let's go in," Ling Xiao said to Xianxia, then rushed towards the entrance of the broken passage. Ling Xiao kept the divine cauldron. The entrance of the passage had already been completely destroyed, and countless rocks had buried the entrance. Ling Xiao used the golden dragon spear to open a path, and sure enough, he saw an entrance staircase. Without hesitation, he rushed down the stairs. Xianxia exclaimed from behind, "Palace Master, you must be careful. There might be some kind of vicious array inside." Ling Xiao had already entered. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before following suit. He thought to himself, there's already a 10,000 slaughter array outside, so there shouldn't be any more terrifying array inside, right? Indeed, other than the pitch-black darkness, there were no more killing arrays. However, there were quite a few demons and corpse demons. They seemed to have been ordered by someone to immediately attack once someone invaded. However, Ling Xiao had already recovered his strength. Even the middle-stage Holy Emperor would have to retreat from the heavenly fire in his hands, not to mention the demons and corpse demons here.
"Fraud, don't get so close yet. Wait for me to use the heavenly fire to open a path. You can come in later." Ling Xiao's voice came from inside.
Xianxia could only wait at the entrance for Ling Xiao's call before entering. After a long while, Ling Xiao's voice came out again, and Xianxia dared to continue deeper. The secret underground room was very deep. The 2 of them walked for more than half a day, but they still hadn't reached the end. However, the deeper they went, the more vigorous the life force became. It was the purest smell of life essence. The Ghost Mother Array has gathered the power of many child arrays. The spring of life here is definitely more than 10 times more than the child arrays we obtained before. I just don't know if there's any left, Xianxia said. There's probably not much left. That black demon must have had an affair with that old witch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the location of the transmission array and slipped away from there. I hope there's still some leftovers for me to pick up. Ling Xiao sighed. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end of the secret room. It was a spacious space with exquisite and elegant decorations. There was a bed, a screen, a dressing table, and a bookshelf. So this is a place for an elegant person to live in. However, why do I smell a strong stench? Ling Xiao said as he looked around. Because the people who live here are all originally, so there's a lot of stench. Xianxia smiled. There should be a secret room switch here, but someone has already helped us open it. Ling Xiao said as his gaze fell on a wall. The secret room's entrance was obviously not closed tightly. There was a crack in the door, and streams of life essence were leaking out from it. Ling Xiao impatiently rushed in, and Xianxia followed closely behind. There was a 10-meter-wide depression in the secret room, and there were still traces of the Spring of Life's remaining power on the ground. Ling Xiao beat his chest with all his might and said with a pained heart, "Damn it, he really took all of it away, this damn bastard." It was certain that this 10-meter-wide pit was definitely filled with the Spring of Life's water. After all, there were many runes engraved around the secret room, and their target was directly gathered above the huge pit. It was a pity that these runes were all destroyed, and the beast cores in the core of the formation had long been taken away by someone else. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao's heart ached. He had worked so hard to destroy the Yin puppet sect, but not only did he not get many benefits, he had even almost lost his life. Now that he had finally broken through the formation and entered, what awaited him was this kind of result. Xianxia could not help but smile bitterly. If I said it earlier, it might have been taken away by someone else long ago. Palace Master, you've wasted your time. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely dejected, and he could not be bothered to reply to Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia began to look around at the surrounding formation, hoping to learn more about the formation from these formation patterns. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly jumped up high and exclaimed, "Something's wrong." At the side, Ling Xiao, who was in a daze, jumped in fright and said unhappily, "Fraud, what the hell are you shouting for?" The Ghost Mother's Demon Child formation. The Ghost Mother can nurture the Demon Child's heart, but the Ghost Mother's body must use the Demon Child's heart as a medium in order to nurture the mother's fetus. This is just a place to accumulate the Spring of Life. This should be considered one of the many Demon Child formations. Definitely not the real mother formation. Xianxia made a judgment. That's impossible, right? There are so many locks arranged here, and there's a peerless ominous formation protecting the outside. Moreover, this is within the ghastly Drake sect's territory. How can this be just a demon child formation? No, I didn't say that the mother formation is not here. I just said that this formation is not the mother formation. Xianxia said, paused for a moment, then said, "I've studied the demon child formation, and I carefully observed this formation. It's not much different from the one under Wind Cloud City, so I'm sure this is not the mother formation." "I'm confused by your words. Speak clearly." Ling Xiao patted his forehead and said. Xianxia took 2 steps to the 10-meter-deep pit, then stepped on it with both legs. As the saying goes, mother and son are connected. I think this is where the mother formation is. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, "Are you sure?" "We'll only know if we lift this place up," Xianxia said. After saying that, he lowered his body and carved a small formation on the 10-meter-deep pit. Immediately after setting up a defense, he activated the formation and blew up the place. The reason why Xianxia had set up this formation to break the ground was to prevent the use of force to blow up this place. He was afraid that it would touch the mother formation below, and at that time, it would cause a chain reaction and an explosion, and they would not be able to escape death. He had already controlled the power of this small formation, and it could avoid the reaction of other formations, so it was the most appropriate use. The 10-meter-deep pit caved in. A 10-meter-deep hole appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. When the two of them looked down the hole, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva,
and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the bottom of the hole, there were many energy lights flashing. These energy lights were like human meridians gathered together, and they all contained endless life energy. Overall, it looked like a human body that was dozens of meters tall, with a head, hands and feet. It was extremely strange and magnificent. In this human-shaped energy formation, the thing under the abdomen that looked like a placenta was constantly jumping, as if it was alive. It was extremely magical. This should be the mother formation. Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Xianxia nodded his head and praised. It should be right. This is truly a heaven-defying ghost mother formation. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.